Hello students. Welcome to today's live और आज as you know today is the first shift of January attempt JEE Mains, the morning shift. We are with morning shift analysis and we already have few questions of maths, physics and chemistry. Many of the questions are coming. I think if any of you have appeared today for the exam, you can mention how was the paper. 28th shift and only 50% done. Oh, so at least you should attend paper analysis live. You will understand which topics are asked right now. Okay. So sir, what was the level? You will see the level actually. If you till now whatever questions in physics we have received, the level of those questions is same as that of 2025 and 2024. Ayush Pratap Singh, hello Ayush, Santosh, hello everyone. So this is the first question that we have got in physics, and you can see here what we are having. We are having a rod of mass m, length l, and the two ends are attached like this with the string. Now just after cutting this, we need to find what is the tension here. Hello, good morning. Sir, will 28th shift will be difficult? No, it's not expected like that. Till now in physics, if we see, the level is similar to 2025 and 2024. There is no difference in the level of questions of physics till now, what we have received. Okay. Now here we need to find tension T here. When we cut this string, what will happen? If you see, if you cut this string, one force is force due to gravity that will be acting here. Another force is the tension force that will be acting here. Is there any other force? No. I am scared, sir. Need not scare. Okay, microscope is out of portion. No, it's not out of syllabus. Questions are asked from microscope. Okay. Now, here if you see, in which direction the center of mass will move? Total force is in the vertical direction. So, center of mass will only move in the vertical direction. That point is clear to us? Yes. So, I can say that the motion of center of mass will be in the vertical direction only, this point. Now, how about or what about this point? Let me take another color. What about this point? In which direction it should move? It cannot move upward, it cannot move downward because it is connected with the string. It can only move in the horizontal direction. So what is the instantaneous axis of rotation here? This perpendicular here, they intersect here. So this is my instantaneous axis of rotation. So about this point instantaneously, at this instant, this rod is rotating. What will be the angular acceleration? Let us take that as alpha. So about this point, if I see the torque, what is the torque? Mg into L by 2. About this point, the torque due to tension is 0, due to gravity, that is mg into the perpendicular distance, that is L by 2. So the torque is mg L by 2 and this torque we will write as I into alpha. Okay, what is I? Moment of inertia. About this axis, what is that? ml square by 3. So m L square by 3 into alpha, this is mg into L by 2. M got cancelled, L got cancelled. My alpha is coming out to be 3g by 2L. This is our alpha. And now I know alpha, I can write what is the acceleration of center of mass. How? Because this is the ICR. So about at this point, it is rotating with angular acceleration alpha. So acceleration of center of mass, ACM, what is that? That is this distance L by 2 into alpha. How much is that? L by 2 into 3g by 2L. So L got cancelled. So this is 3g by 4. This is my ACM. This is my ACM. What all forces are acting? In the vertical direction, tension is there. In the upward direction, tension is there. In the downward direction, mg is there. Acceleration is in the downward direction. So I'll write mg minus t is equals to m into ACM. You see? And what is ACM? ACM is 3G by 4. From here, if I write tension, that is mg by 4. And that is option 4, B. You see this? This was not that you can say a very easy question, but this was a moderate question. And these type of questions are asked. You remember there was a rod, we did that question. That was when I was doing my one shot, I had taken this question. So this string was cut, and what will be then alpha and all. Sir, what about torque at tension? Now we are writing torque about this point. So due to tension is acting at this point, due to tension the torque is 0 about this axis. Tukka saved my 4 marks. Great. Okay. Okay. Any of you appeared today? Any of you appeared today? Any of you appeared today? Please mention. Actually, Tukka, there is no strategy in Tukka here. If you see the options, we cannot directly judge from the options what will be the tension. We need to solve here actually. Okay. So, no point of Tukka here. Now, another question. As I was saying, from semiconductors, logic gates questions are asked. And this is one of the question. Here, you can say, this is my NOR gate and these are my NOT gates, and what is the effective logic gate here. Now, as I mentioned, we have two methods to solve this. One is either you consider 0 0, then 0 1, then 1 0, then 1 1, and then see what are the options, what are the outputs, and then compare like that which gate it is, or use Boolean algebra. So, Boolean algebra, thus we are having A bar here, A not, so A bar, B not, so B bar. Okay. Just a minute. What is this? A bar plus B bar. Okay, this is OR, then not of that, NOR. Then again not of there, that. So A bar plus B bar, bar bar, what is that? Not, 2 times not, that not is cancelled. So A bar plus B bar. Now use De Morgan's theorem. What is that? A B bar is equals to A bar plus B bar. This is De Morgan's theorem. What is A B bar? What is this? This is a NAND gate, not of AND. So not of AND is the C option. Boolean algebra is better. Yes, Boolean algebra is certainly better, much better I'll say. Okay. Now we are having few questions on maths, and Deepen sir will come live now with few questions on maths and then few questions on chemistry, and then again I'll be coming back. Which Boolean algebra is better? It's in website. I don't know. Okay. If you know Boolean algebra, that's great. If you don't know, don't worry. What you can do then? Put 0 0. What is output? See. Put 0 1. Then see the output. Put 1 0. Then see the output. Put 1 1. Then see the output. Okay. So if you do that, you will get your truth table. Then compare which gate it is. From there you can also understand. Okay. Okay, I hope everybody is able to understand. Yes. And any of you appeared today? Please mention any of you appeared today. It is like if we analyze the paper till now what we have received, we can say the level of the question is not different from what we got in 2025 and 2024. So there is no difference in level of physics as of now. Few questions of physics are also there. We will take them after Deepen sir. Okay, so Deepen sir. Second, here if we see, this is A bar, this is A bar plus B bar, okay, bar of that, then again bar of that. So that is A bar plus B bar, that is our AB bar, and that was our NAND. Okay. So we got our NAND, and from 0 0, if you see, let us take, if we put here 0 0, then what it will become? 1 1, then what it will become? 1 here, then 0 here, then 1 here. Okay, and then if you put 0 1, what it will become? Then it will become 1 0, then it will become 1 and then 0. Here 1, then 0, then again 1. Okay, so it goes like NAND. It goes like NAND. PDF you will get after the live. Okay, so once we conclude the live, the questions are coming actually. Sir, please continue. Yes, now maths will come. Maths will come. Okay, just a minute. So, two questions, and we are having few questions of maths as well. Yeah, chemistry as well and maths as well. So, just in few seconds, Deependra sir is going to join. Just a minute.
So hello, hi everyone. I hope the paper was great. Let's see the questions from mathematics section. I hope I'm clearly audible and visible. Just give me a quick response and so that we can straight away start. Just give me a moment everyone. So I hope I'm clearly audible, visible. Okay, so here we have, there is a question asked from matrices and determinants. You were constantly told questions will be there from vectors in 3D, questions will be there from matrices and determinants. And if you master these four chapters, have my words, mark my words, minimum with these four chapters, minimum 8 questions, 6 to 8 questions are going to be there. Minimum, I'm using the word. It can be more than that. And I hope you know the importance of 6 to 8 questions. Do you believe that? So you can keep your entire mathematics aside and these two chapters, matrices and determinants and vectors in 3D. Now, how do we solve this particular one? Great. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Let's get started with this. So we are given two characteristic equations. Now Cayley-Hamilton method or matrix polynomial come into picture. So look at this. JEE Mains is asking you such great questions. But if you know these short techniques, characteristic equation, matrix polynomial, you can crack such questions with a lot of ease. How do we do it? First of all, the best thing they did was, despite introducing Cayley-Hamilton method or matrix polynomial, they gave you a 2 by 2 matrix so that the calculation becomes easy. How do we solve this particular one, students? We are given a matrix A, which is, of course, alpha 2, 1, 2. So how do we write its Cayley-Hamilton? I'll write A minus lambda I and I'll find its determinant. So if I wish to find A minus lambda I, what will I do? I'll simply do this alpha minus 1, then 2 minus 0, then 1 minus 0, and then 2 minus 1. So when you expand this determinant, you basically alpha minus lambda I. So this should be basically 2 minus lambda I. I'm really sorry. So 2 minus, just give me a moment. I'll just correct this. So you have this A, which is alpha 2, 1, 2. And when you talk about lambda, lambda matrix will be, lambda I will be lambda 0, 0 lambda. So when you subtract it, let's do it quickly. So you have this alpha minus lambda, there you have 2, there you have 1, and there you have 2 minus lambda. I hope there is no confusion on that front. Now, this matrix, when you take its determinant, this will give you a polynomial, a matrix polynomial, where you can replace lambda by A, because this is this matrix polynomial which you'll get after expanding this determinant will be satisfied by the matrix A. So if I see expanding this matrix or determinant is a very simple task, what I'll do is alpha minus lambda into 2 minus lambda. So what will I get? I will write this part here. So let me do this here. So what I'll have alpha minus lambda times 2 minus lambda minus 2. This is 0. So you'll get a matrix polynomial from here, because now lambda can be replaced by A. So when you replace this lambda by A, the final matrix polynomial which you'll get is what? I'm writing it directly here so that we can save some time out of our calculation. It will be lambda square minus 4 lambda times whole of 2 plus lambda. It should be simply lambda times 2 plus, you have this as 2 plus alpha plus 2 alpha minus 2. This is your matrix polynomial. Now this is satisfied by A. So you can compare it with this. So when you compare the coefficients, what do you have? The coefficient of lambda square is 1, A square is also 1. So you can directly compare the values. So from here, you get the coefficient of A is minus 4. The coefficient of lambda is minus of 2 plus alpha. So from here, you can crack the value of alpha. So when you crack the value of alpha, alpha will be turning out as 2. Similarly, I'll create, now we have cracked the value of alpha, which is 2. Now similarly, by creating the matrix polynomial for the second matrix, great. So some people are already have started responding. I hope you're understanding the importance of characteristic equation here. So next matrix, if I create, it will be again B. Lambda we have already used. So let's say B minus mu I. I hope you have understood how do you write this matrix B minus mu I. So it will be 1 minus mu. This one remains as it is. Then you have this beta. Then this will be 1 minus mu. I hope you got that very clearly. When you expand this determinant, this should be equal to 0 because B minus mu I will be satisfied by B. I hope you know that. So here again I'll see 1 minus mu minus beta. So I'll be seeing a matrix polynomial getting formed, and with that matrix polynomial, this matrix polynomial will be satisfied by B, the matrix B, which means this mu can be replaced by B. So the matrix polynomial which will get formed here will be, I'm writing that direct expression here, that matrix polynomial will be mu square minus 2 mu plus 1 of course plus beta, sorry, minus beta, and that is equal to 0. So this is what you get. Now this is satisfied by B, the matrix B. So here, this matrix B satisfies this particular equation. So we can compare them directly. And when you compare them, what do we get? I can clearly see that when you compare, you can crack the value of this 1 minus beta from here, which will help you in cracking beta. So after comparison, you get the value of beta as well. So after comparing or getting the value of alpha and beta, once you have gotten the values of alpha and beta, which after comparing you can get, you will get two matrix A and B. Now, once you have cracked A and B, now what you're supposed to crack is A cube minus B cube. So it is a little lengthy in nature because now you got to crack A cube. Although A cube can be cracked with this equation as well, that we know A square is what? 4A minus 2I. I hope you're getting it very clearly. So if A square is 4A minus 2I, A cube is going to be what? A cube is going to be 4A square minus 2A. So if you have cracked A square, then 4A square minus 2A will give you A cube, or you simply multiply A 3 times, which is of course a lengthy approach. Santosh is saying, I don't want this model question in my shift. Okay, great. Can the same question? Yes, studio. That's exactly what we are trying to make you understand. The same category of question with some data and change in data will be there in your examination. So once you crack A cube and B cube, you will have these two matrices, A cube and B cube. So after calculation, you'll get the vector or you'll get the matrix A cube minus B cube. I'm writing its direct value. After calculating, A cube minus B cube turns out as 1925. That I'm skipping the calculation part so that we can save some time and directly show you the approach so that the concept remains with you. So this is going to be A cube minus B cube. So yes, you have cracked A cube minus B cube. Now what do we know? I was right before your paper was highlighting this importance time and again, that modulus of adjoint. Even we have released a video on this particular part only. Determinant of adjoint of a matrix. You got to remember that property. So I hope you remember determinant of adjoint of a matrix. Do you remember this property? I hope you remember. It is given by determinant of A to the power n minus 1. Where n is what? N is your order of the matrix. So here the order is 2. So it should be 2 minus 1. So it should be determinant of A. So when they are asking you adjoint of A cube minus B cube, all you got to do is do this thing. A cube minus B cube, you just take its determinant. So when you take its determinant, I'm skipping that calculus part. That leaves you with the answer as 11. Did you understand the whole approach? Did you get this idea completely and clearly? Can we move ahead with the next question? So are you all there, everyone? Give me a quick response. Let me just check what about the status of other teachers in with us. I hope the other teachers are also ready. Let me just check a response from Sumit sir and Gaurav sir. Are they online? So I'm waiting for the responses. By the time, I hope you remember that the paper was, I would say, moderate if you are well prepared. The paper wasn't very tough. The paper wasn't really tough. So if you are good at mathematics, I'd say you can solve such questions. So if you still wish to see the kind of questions which were appearing, I'll repeat. The concept was pretty simple. Matrices, Kiley-Hamilton method, polynomial characteristic equation. I am showing the next question. I am the guy. Don't worry about that. And with that, you have these characteristic equation coming into picture. So through comparison, you can crack these values, and some little bit of calculation will be there because it is mathematics. So questions are, of course, lengthy in calculation. With that, if I could move towards the next question, we'll see what do we see with the next question. Let me just check. Do we have the next question? I think we do have the next question. So let's see the next question. Can you all see this? MST. Okay, so great. So let's see the next question. A question from integration. As we were clearly and constantly mentioning that when you see questions based on integration, do remember trigonometric identities come into picture. So when trigonometric identities come into picture, you got to remember that in the yesterday only, we did revise a lot of identities. So first of all, the problem is how do we get rid of this modulus sign? The problem is getting rid of this modulus sign. But they will give you certain clues through which you can get rid of it. How do we do it? Here. First of all, I am seeing that the limits are from 0 to pi by 2. Great, perfect, brilliant. But how do I solve this? Here, one of the ways is sine alpha plus beta, sine alpha plus 2 beta. If you remember that, if angles are in AP, there is a formula. If you could use that directly, you could crack it within seconds. If you are confused with that, I'm still giving you one more hope. What is that hope here, students? Sine 3x and sine x, sine C plus sine D you could use. I am constantly telling you, in calculus or in other chapters, they do use trigonometry. Great. Some students have already started responding. Let me check. Yes. So how do we solve it? How do we verify it? First of all, I'm using sine C plus sine D here with sine x and sine 3x. So I hope you remember sine C plus sine D. I need not make you understand or develop this. It is always 2 sine C plus D by 2 cos C minus D by 2, right? So when you do this further, I hope you are understanding, it will be 0 to pi by 2, 2 times sine x, sine 3x. It will be 2 times sine x plus 3x is 4x, 4x by 2 is 2x, so it will be sine 2x into cos C minus D by 2. So it will be cos x and 3x. The difference is 2x, 2x by 2 is x, so it will leave you with x. Plus, of course, you will be left with sine 2x. I hope there is no confusion on that front. I'm really sorry, it should be cos x here and there. Now, please understand, I am now not concerned about the modulus sign. Can you help me with that, students? Because here, I hope you are understanding from 0 to pi, if I look at this particular part, from 0 to pi, we can clearly see if I notice the graph of sine x, between 0 to pi, it is positive. I hope you are very clear with that. I'm really sorry, it is not 0 to pi, it is 0 to pi by 2. So if I look at the graph of sine x, if it is sine 2x, so if x is 0 to pi by 2, sine 2x will be from 0 to pi. So from 0 to pi, sine x is positive and cos x is already positive between 0 to pi by 2. So my job is almost done and I can simply get rid of this modulus sign. Now, how do we proceed further? I hope the task is really simple. You simply take cos 2x common sine 2x common. So when you take sine 2x common, should we take sine 2x common? I don't think you need to take sine 2x common. Don't do that. Simply distribute this integration sign. So you'll be left with integration of 2 times sine 2x. Sine 2x I can write as 2 sine x cos x. So this 2 and that 2 leaves you with a 4 here. I hope there is no confusion on that too. So here, sine 2x I have written as 2 sine x cos x. That cos x gets multiplied, so it will be sine x into cos square x. Did you get that part, students? Dx. Of course, the limits are 0 to pi by 2. And here what you'll do is, it is simply sine 2x, which will keep as it is. So it will be 0 to pi by 2 sine 2x. I think you all are intelligent enough to solve this question from here. Sine 2x, you know the integration because it is 2x. You got to divide it by 2. The second thing is, there is an identity of AP method. Okay. So next is sin x cos square x. If I substitute cos x by t, I'll have sin x dx minus, of course, minus sin x dx as dt. So there also, by substituting the values, you can crack the answer. So finally, after integrating and putting the values, I'm just skipping the calculation part. The answer which I have calculated is going to be 7 by 3. So did you all get that approach? Did you all understand this method, students? And more importantly, I'm highlighting you this very simple task that, yes, do remember that you see the questions, that you understand how easy they are. If you are aware of the identities, if you are aware of the formulae, if you know what method is needed to be used, and as constantly mentioned by us, that if integration is having lesser importance, definite integration and area under the curve play a very crucial role, as you can see the question right there on the screen. With that, I'm waiting for Gaurav sir or Sumit sir to join me. So let me just give them a response that yes, I am done. I am done. So give me a moment, all the participants. So let's see who comes next. By the time, do tell me in the comment box, those who have already appeared for the exam, how was the paper? Was it tough? Was it lengthy? And did you enjoy writing the paper? If you have prepared well, if you were, very well prepared, you would have loved the exam because the sections are tricky. You enjoy solving chemistry because very quickly you do all the questions. In physics, concepts are there and you love physics. All the JEE aspirants love physics because it is basically mathematics getting applied, right? So there you enjoy solving questions of physics. And there comes the addiction. If you love maths, somebody is saying, sir, I should have learned Tukka strategy before itself. Why are you saying this, Santosh? I didn't get that. Why should you go for tukkas if you are aware of such basics? 3 steps question it was. If you are aware of this basic identity, this is something 12th level question. I'll say sine C plus sine D. Are you not aware of it? Great, Rituraj Patil, great, perfect. So I hope all of you must have learnt it. So I think, let me receive a response from one of the participants. Okay, so I'm just closing this and waiting for Sumit sir to join. So I'm closing it. Just give me a moment, students. So I'm ending the stream. Sumit sir will join in a while. Okay, so let's hand it over to Sumit sir. I hope Sumit sir is there. Great. Just wait for a second, students.
Hello. We are back with few more questions in physics, and this is the one question. Okay, find the heat produced in external circuit AB in 1 second. In this circuit AB, in this circuit, how much heat will be produced in 1 second? If I say the equivalent resistance here is my R, the current here is I, what will be the heat produced in 1 second? That is power into time. So that will become I square R into 1. So that is I square R. So basically I need I and I need what is the equivalent resistance here. Now if you see, this is not a Wheatstone one. Okay, it's not a Wheatstone one, it's a different one. It's not a Wheatstone. You see, this is 1 by 2. This is 2 by 1. It's a different one. So here I can say this question is a bit difficult because not in that sense, but the sense in which it takes time. This question takes time. How? So here from similarity, if I say this current is I1, this current is I2, this current will be I1, this current will be I2. Okay, here this current from junction rule I can say that will be I2 minus I1, isn't it? I2 is coming, I1 is going, so this will be I2 minus I1. Okay, now here let us take across this the potential is V. I need R, so what I will do, that will be V divided by I1 plus I2. My R will be V divided by I1 plus I2. Okay, now what is V? I can move like this from A to B. The total drop that is equal to V. So V will be equals to 1 I1 plus 2 I2. So I1 plus 2 I2. Okay. Then next is I can move this way also. I can move this way also. So that will be 2 I2. Okay. So V is equals to my 2 I2. 2 I2 and this is 1 I2 minus I1. So 1 into I2 minus I1 and this is 2 I2. 2 I2, yeah, 2 I2 there. So here it is 4 I2, no, not 4, 4 plus 1, 5 I2 minus I1. So 5 I2 minus I1 is equals to I1 plus 2 I2, isn't it? Yes. So 5 I2 minus I1 is equals to I1 plus 2 I2. So this is 3 I2 is equals to 2 I1. Is it right? Yes. So I got I1 and I2 relation. What is that? I1 is equals to 3 by 2 I2. Okay, now let us put in one of the equation. Let us put in this equation. So V is equals to I1, what is that? 3 by 2 I2 plus I2 plus 2 I2. So what is that? 7 by 2 I2. So V by I2 I got as 7 by 2. I need V by I1 plus I2. And what is I1? 3 by 2 I2. So this is V divided by I1 is 3 by 2 plus 1, that is 5 by 2 I2. So basically I need 2 by 5 I1 by I2. 2 by 5. So what is 2 by 5? This is 2 by 5, 2 by 5 V by I2. This is my R. So what is this? 2 by 5 into 7 by 2. So this is 7 by 5 ohm. Now I got the resistance of this part, that is 7 by 5. This is tricky. No, this is not tricky. This is a bit, you can say, lengthy. This question is a bit lengthy. So what is this? This is 7 by 5. Now 7 by 5 plus 1, how much is the total resistance? 7 by 5 plus 1 will be equals to 12 by 5. So this current I will be equals to total potential divided by total resistance. And 3 into 3, 3 into 4. So this is 15 divided by 4 ampere. Total current I got. What I need to do? I square R. Do it now. So I, that is 15 by 4 square into, what is R? R is this 7 by 5. So what it will become? This will become 15 into 3. Okay, let me write it here. I'm writing this now. Okay, anyways, do this calculation. You can help me here. I'm also doing calculation. So this is 15 into 15 into 7 divided by 16 divided by 5. What is this? This is 19.68. My bro is going to write exam today at 3 p.m. Dude visited every single temple yesterday. Okay, that's good. So this question was a bit lengthy. This question was a bit lengthy. Okay. Now, if you would be appearing in the exam and you saw a question like this, you know, here concept is very easy. Concept is not difficult. You all understand. We need power into time, that will be my heat. Concept is very simple, but I know if I solve this question, at least 5 to 7 minutes it will take. So what I will do? I will avoid this question in the first go. Okay. So when I'll be appearing for the exam, what I will do? I will avoid this question. Okay. At the end, I will take this question, but because I know it will take time, but I can solve this question. And you can say it's not that I cannot solve this question. So if I get some extra time at the end, then I will attend this question. Now this is another question on units and dimensions. Okay. Now let us see here what we need. Find dimensions of A by B. This relation is given. Use principle of homogeneity. Principle of homogeneity says if the plus sign is there, the dimension of this is equal to the dimensions of this. So the dimensions of pressure is equal to A by B into T square. So from here I can say the dimension of A by B is same as pressure divided by T square. What is the dimension of pressure? Force by area. ML minus 1 T minus 2. Okay, force is MLT minus 2. So divided by L2 you do. So this is divided by T2. So this becomes T minus 2. Okay. So what it is now? ML minus 1 T minus 4. ML minus 1 T minus 4. ML minus 1 T minus 4. Okay. So I think now Gaurav sir will come with some questions on chemistry.
तू चुप रहना. Hello. Yes. Thank you, Sumit sir. I hope everybody did very great with their examination. So finally, even I've got, actually I was talking to some students and many of them has told me that the number of options, there were many, that how many of the following statements are correct. There were many questions that how many statements are correct, how many are not correct. So there were 6 7 options given. So this was at least communicated by few of the students. So actually for chemistry you generally expect that questions are really very easy, but they are actually a bit time consuming. I mean, some of the reviews that we have got, but what questions I have got, they are very pretty decent. So let us check some of them questions. This is a basic question from chemical bonding and periodic table. It says, which one of the following is correct order with respect to property? So obviously the periodicity, just now this is a question which will make your marks feel very comfortable so that you can devote that extra amount of time in mathematics and physics. So a very piece of cake question. It is saying out of chlorine and fluorine, which is having highest ionization energy. Highest ionization energy is definitely of fluorine. In electron gain, chlorine wins. So because fluorine is having highest ionization energy, so definitely this is wrong option. Coming back to basic nature, so we know what is a base. Base is a species which wants to give electrons. So tendency to give electrons will increase how? When you go down the group, it increases, and when you go along the period, it decreases. So obviously just the class 10th logic if you have with you. So potassium, sodium, and then aluminium. Aluminium will be after sodium. So down the group, sir, we definitely know size increases, so basic nature would definitely increase. So sodium oxide and potassium oxide, who will have a better tendency to give away the electron down the group, metallic nature increases. But there is an anomaly in the size, there is an anomaly in the property of sodium and potassium, because of the fact, and because of that fact, potassium has a better slightly, because down the group size increases. So okay, I'm sorry, this is sodium, potassium, and after that we have over here we have aluminium. So down the group metallic nature increases, so obviously sodium potassium oxide will be a better base, then sodium oxide, and aluminium along the period it decreases, and obviously +3, in order to reach +3 oxidation state you have to give away 3 electrons. So giving 3 is difficult. So definitely potassium will be the most basic, and aluminium will be the least basic. So this is definitely right. Talking about the other options, potassium, sodium, we have already invested time in it. Now this is the anomaly, aluminium and magnesium. Among aluminium and magnesium, obviously magnesium will be a better metal, hence it is wrong, and obviously it is not none of these. Moving forward, now this was a beautiful question. This was a beautiful question of NCERT application of organic chemistry. You were supposed to say that which is the reactant. The options were given to you and a basic NCERT reaction fact. If you know, you can make the answer. Hydrogenation of A should give you this first information. So let us decode, sir. If benzene, obviously benzene is resonance stabilized, so it will not undergo dehydration. So this can definitely undergo dehydration. So this can be an answer as per the first reaction statement. Over here it is saturated only. Over here, sir, both of them will get saturated, so there is no benzene, so this cannot be our option. Obviously this can also not be our option because option has to contain a benzene. So out of A and B, and what about this, the KMnO4 thing? So KMnO4, hot alkaline KMnO4 is a very strong oxidizing agent, and it oxidizes the carbon next to benzene, which is called the benzylic carbon. But 3-degree benzylic carbon do not undergo oxidation. So point is, because nobody is 3-degree benzylic and because this is saturated only, so better option would be A, because it has to react, it has to undergo hydrogenation. It cannot undergo hydrogenation, and this is saying A undergoes hydrogenation to form this. So which will be preferably a better option? Option A. Now moving forward. Now, this was a practical organic chemistry question, a very simple question based on mole concept. So let us check what is that question. It says, I've just given the reference of the question. I mean the essence. I've not given you the exact words. So the question says 0.7 gram of organic compound you have. Okay, sir. Al2O3 is amphoteric. So B is correct. Yes. Yes, Vivek. Al2O3 is amphoteric. Okay, so in that option, Al2O3 is definitely amphoteric. It is the most famous amphoteric oxide. So moving forward, moving to this question, the Carius method, the mole concept, basic that we should know. If I have an organic compound, it is saying I have 0.7 gram of organic compound. Now that organic compound, on subject to some situation, it is having sulfur, and therefore because it is having sulfur, the question is saying is releasing BaSO4. We very well know BaSO4 is a solid precipitate. So that BaSO4 precipitate out as per Carius method, and what weight of BaSO4 question is supplying to you? It is saying you have 1 gram of BaSO4. Sir, then do the basic unitary method. Let's say BaSO4, I guess in the question molecular mass of BaSO4 was given, which is 233, or else atomic mass will definitely be given. 137 is of barium, sulfur is 32, oxygen is 16, 16 into 4 is 64. So if I had 233 gram of this barium sulfate, how much amount of sulfur I would be having? Sir, 32 gram. So if I had, for example, the question is saying I had 1 gram of this barium sulfate. So 1 gram of barium sulfate will have how much amount of sulfur? Sir, it is definitely 32 upon 233. This is the weight of, yeah, just a second guys, I am having, this should not be bothering us. Yes, I made it silent because it was ringing a lot. So 1 gram of barium sulfate will be having 32 upon 233 gram of what? Of sulfur. Now this should come, this is coming from what? This is coming from organic compound. So this thing is weight of sulfur. So if I have to calculate percentage of sulfur, so percentage will be weight of sulfur, which is 32 upon 233, into weight of organic compound, which is 0.7, and how to calculate percentage? Into 100. So this is the into divide, which was actually time consuming, and if you'll solve it, I guess it will somewhere around 19.6%. So obviously if it is an integer type question, answer will be 20%. Moving forward to the, okay, I guess I have only this much of questions, so let me see if I get some more questions for you. But yes, if you will ask me also, in general, whatever questions, it is a mixed packet. So if you are very well comfortable with all the NCERT facts, then you can very well move ahead and score right. But for the later examination, do one thing definitely in your, keep one thing definitely in your mind. Whatever questions from the exact topic that we are getting right now, the same possibility, maybe instead of this BaSO4, you will get AGBR. I mean, this is the righteous manner paper is going to repeat. So you have to be very all the students who have your papers later, I mean in the days to come till 24th. So this is a point of time where you should keep maximum focus and attention to, because it will definitely going to help you. So I guess Deepen sir is ready. Yes. So transferring. Okay. So Deepen sir is ready. So I just wish you we'll meet. I'll get some chemistry question and I'll get back to you. By the time, Deepen sir, over to you.
So hello, hi everyone. Just give me a quick confirmation. Am I audible? Am I visible? I think the stream has ended from their end, from Gaurav sir's end, and we are live. Just give me a quick confirmation. Am I visible? Am I audible? Great. So yes, we are visible. So yes, this is a question from differential equations. Can you see this question right there on the screen? I hope you all can see it. It's just a matter of arranging this differential equation. It's I really saw a lot of you enjoying with Gaurav sir. You all like chemistry, you all enjoy solving chemistry. That's perfect. So yes, this is one of those simplest questions of differential equations, and you can crack it with some simple efforts. How do we do it? I'll simply ask you to first of all rearrange it. So to rearrange it, let's say I take it like there. Variable separable form if you use basic question on differential equation. How do we do that? I keep this 1 plus x squared dy here on this side, and I'll take this part there, so it becomes tan inverse x minus 1 dx. I hope we can see it very clearly over there. Now all you need to do is simply, I hope you understand, 1 plus x square will be taken on the other side, so it becomes dy is equal to tan inverse x minus 1 divided by 1 plus x square. Are you not seeing how simple this question is? The only thing I'll be doing is that for this minus 1, I'll separate this minus 1. So I'll have minus 1 upon 1 plus x square. All I'll do is put the integration sign on both sides. So when you put the integration sign on both sides, integration. I hope you're understanding it, although I'm having a dx here. So I hope you're understanding it very clearly. Integration of 1 is y with respect to y here. If I take tan inverse x as t, 1 upon 1 plus x square dx will be dt. So this is t dt. T dt means what? T square by 2. But what was t square? So t square was tan inverse x. So this is t square by 2. Did you understand the whole process? Minus, we all know 1 upon 1 plus x square. What is the integration of it? It is tan inverse x. The only thing you got to do is add a plus c here. Now, how do we get rid of this c? You're given a value y0, so you put 0 here, it will be 1. So c will be 1, and accordingly a correct option can be marked, but you are asked the value of y1. So when you replace, of course you'll get the value of c. So when you replace x by 1, you'll get the final value, which will be y is equal to I would say pi by 4 plus pi square by 32 minus pi by 4 plus 1. Option B will be the correct answer to this question. Just give me a quick response. How many of you did got it right? Yes. Well, Agami, it was an easy question. It was indeed an easy question, and most of you must have cracked it. Can we move ahead with the next part? I hope you all have learnt and enjoyed a lot from this particular one. Let us look at the next one. Can we see the next question? Okay, give me a moment. Here, we have the next question. A question based on modulus. You were told that paper will indeed have some easy and straightforward questions, but there are certain catches. How do you crack them? First of all, the sum of roots of the equation. So how do we solve it? I will say, put, for the sake of simplicity, replace mod x minus 1 by t. So you get a quadratic in t. NCRT question is difficult than this. Yes, Santosh. So a lot of questions are there which are simple and easy. You just got to crack them. You just got to identify them. Exactly. Brilliant. That's great. So when you replace x minus 1 mod by t, it becomes t square minus 5t plus 3 is equal to 0. It is plus 6. I'm really sorry. In the excitement, I am also committing a lot of mistakes. So ensure that in the examination hall, you should control that excitement so that you stay poised and you don't commit the errors. I hope splitting the middle term, minus 2 minus 3, that will do the job. So we have learnt it, t square minus 2t minus 3t plus 6 is equal to 0. And from here only we can say that t, brilliant Velgami, that's brilliant, x minus 1 should be t, or rather let's take mod x minus 1 as t. That will make your job even simpler. So here I get the values of t as 2 and 3, but we know t wasn't 2 or 3, t was basically, I hope nobody is thinking that some of the roots will be minus b upon a, so answer should be 5. No, don't do that. I hope nobody is thinking of like that. So here mod of x minus 1 will be 2, and here mod of x minus 1 will be 3, and accordingly here mod of x minus 1 is 2, so x minus 1 is plus minus 2, there x minus 1 will be plus minus 3. From minus 1 you will get 2 values of x from here, you will get 2 values of x from here, so you'll technically get 4 values of x from here, which are going to be, of course, x is equal to what? Plus 2 plus 1, that is 3, minus 2 plus 1, that is minus 1. From here plus 3 plus 1, that is 4, and minus 3 plus 1 is minus 2. So when you add them up, 4 plus 3 is 7 and minus 3. So answer should have been Can you tell me can you tell me the answer, correct answer, students? Yes, yes, yes. Valor, Ayush, great, 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 great. So maths is easy if you are intelligent enough to identify the easy and simple questions. I hope we can move ahead with that. Okay, so I doubt I have other questions or not. So let me check whether we have Gaurav sir or Sumit sir in line. Let me just check. Okay, so Gaurav sir has ended. I need to check it with Sumit sir. Anyone ready? Just give me a moment, students. I'm just confirming it from Sumit sir. Okay, by the time Sumit sir joins, I have received one more question, but I got to type it. So I'll just, write it here only. Give me a moment. I'm just writing this question. I have just received this question. This question is given as S is equal to A, B, C, D. So this set has 4 elements. And the question is asking you the number of reflexive as well as symmetric relations. So how many reflexive and symmetric relations will be formed? Okay, great, great, great. So we have received the next question. It says there is a set S. So from S to S, you need to find the number of reflexive and symmetric relations. So how do we figure it out? The standard formula is there, 2 to the power n square minus n by 2. I repeat, n represents the number of elements. Yes, 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 Vivek. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. That's great. So 4 elements are there, and you need to figure out reflexive and symmetric number of reflexive and symmetric relations. So all you got to do is 2 to the power. What is n? N is the number of elements. So 4 square minus 4 divided by 2. I hope nothing needs to be done. Nothing much is needed to be done. 4 square is 16. 16 minus 4 is 12. 12 by 2 is 6. 2 to the power 6 we all know is 64. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Vellore school, perfect. Everyone, we are glad that you all are actively participating. By the time, those who have already written the exam, can you help us with your response, your reaction? How was the paper? Did you like it? What about the math section? What about the what about the other sections? Anyone? How was your paper? Did you enjoy writing IIT? How many of you were droppers? How many of you were from 11th standard? That's great, Ayush. If you want to have a sneak peek again at the questions, this was a question from Modulus. I hope you must have seen it. A very simple and easy one. If you wish to look at the other question, this was differential equation based question. Such an easy question. So yes, a mixed response is coming from students, but some students are saying that this year, JEE has gone to a different level, but some students are still saying that, sir, maths was easy, maths was doable. So yes, we can see that questions from maths are easily doable. If you could crack simple logic, simple observation, if you could make, the questions were absolutely doable. Let me see whether I'm receiving some more questions or not, but by the time I haven't received any, but so far we have done a lot of questions. Let me show you some more few questions which we have received. So this was there, and previously, apart from this, what else was there? Yes, so here there was a question on integration. Those who are watching it for the first time, yes, 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 this was a question there. You got to apply some simple identity, trigonometric identity, simplification and integration was needed to be done. Then there was a question based on this approach. This I really liked it. Among all the questions we have received so far, this was one of our good questions, I would say. Here you could use Cayley-Hamilton method or matrix polynomial. And there is a short technique as well, which is that short technique here, students. If you are given a matrix, a 2 by 2 matrix, so its characteristic equation you can write with a short technique as well, a short formula as well. Can you help me with that short formula by writing it in the comment box? I'll be really glad if some of you could write it. If you haven't, if you are not aware of it, we have told you that shortcut in our one shot of matrices and determinants. So there we have in a very great detail covered it. And we all are receiving this response that from vectors in 3D, 3 to 4 questions were there. From matrices and determinants, 2 to 3 questions were there. Minimum 6 to 7 questions were there from these two chapters. We have been emphasizing the importance of vectors in 3D matrices and determinants. We have covered these chapters in our one shots, in our 15 by 15 series, and I hope you all are aware of it. Lovely. So yes, great, great, great. Another easy question, and we are loving it that yes, you are enjoying this session and you are finding these questions easy. And yes, you can say easy because you were very well prepared. You know these concepts. So I hope you have seen this question. Let me just check it once again. If anyone is ready. Okay, so Gaurav sir has given me a response. Okay, so ending it in a while.
Welcome back. Let me Yes, guys. So, Vivek, another easy. Yes. Now, Vivek and everybody, a piece of cake now from chemistry, as we expect, because obviously say that you should invest most of the time, especially the morning time of your study, in chemistry. Why? Because when you invest time during preparation, you can actually take the profit of investing much time in revision, and the heavy time, I mean the productive time of the day, when what you have, you should always invest in chemistry. Why? Because such questions, when come to your paper, will allow you to earn that extra amount of time which can be properly invested in physics and mathematics. So let me show you, let me tell you, let me give you an example why. Now it is a basic question of physical chemistry, the famous chemical kinetics. Even for 12 boards you have to do this. The question is saying there are for two chemical reaction A and B, if difference between their activation energy, there are two reactions having difference between activation energy of 20 kilojoule. It is mentioning the difference. Let's say I have a first reaction, reactants are becoming products, whatever will be the activation energy. If I have another reaction, so the difference between the, it may be higher, it may be the difference between the activation energy, the question is pointing you out. So I was just making this picture in order to make you understand that you just have to know that basic, the difference in activation energy. So what do you apply? We apply Arrhenius equation. What is Arrhenius? What does Arrhenius tell us? It tells us that rate constant is equal to Arrhenius constant into exponential of minus EA to the power RT. Take log. So ln of k will be equal to ln of A minus E upon RT, the basic formula, the basic question. Now you are having different reactions, temperature and everything is same. What is different? The activation energy. So let's say for the first reaction I have ln of k1 is nothing but the constant will remain the same. What is getting changed? Only the activation energy. So let's say activation energy of first will be E1 upon RT. Let's say for the second one, so ln of K2 will be equal to ln of A minus activation energy of the second reaction upon RT. What to do? Simple mathematics. This is equation 1, this is equation 2. So let us do 2 minus 1. What are we left with? So ln of K2 minus ln of K1. So it will give us ln of K2 upon K1. What else? After that we have, this is gone. So this is E1 minus E2, because I'm doing 2 minus 1. So 2 minus 1, so this will become positive. So E1 minus E2 upon RT. So what else? It is asking us to calculate the ln of K2 by K1. So no more, no special mathematics also. I mean, no case of into divide where you will be acquiring requiring more amount of time. The amount of time is also very optimum. So what is the difference? It is clearly given. It is 20 kilojoules. So this is 20 into 10 raised to the power 3. What is the value of R in terms of joule? 8.314. It is also helping you on that front. It is 8.3. And what is the temperature the reactions are undergoing? They are undergoing at 300 Kelvin. Now, this is the only into divide that you have to do. And I guess this will be getting, I mean, I just make this, because what I'm telling you, into divide is also not very difficult. See, numerator has 200, denominator has 8 into 3, that is 24, because 0.3, so it is somewhere around 25. So 200 upon 25. So obviously you can, because it's an integer type question, so you can approximate also. The answer will be approximately 2. So yes, moving forward. Now I guess, now another piece of cake question from biomolecules. People fear this, but just that table of essential and non-essential amino acids, that will make one extra question of JEE for you. So it is which statement is correct or not. I have not given the options, but you can obviously feel those options. It is saying which is correct and which is not correct. So statement 1 is arginine and tryptophan. These are the two very famous What amino acids? Essential amino acid. What's an essential amino acid? Non-essential are those which body secretes, and if body doesn't secrete, then you have to eat them from outside. You have to include them in your diet. So those are essential amino acids, and these two are definitely those essential amino acids. So statement 1 is definitely correct. And yes, Velour, yes, Ayush. Okay, 8 for the previous question. And this is a question, if you have got 8 for that question, I mean, you just browse this question through this question and you will find your answer. So obviously statement 1 is correct because both are essential amino acids. And what about statement 2? Glycine, the famous alpha amino acid, are this configuration, and glycine, the famous, because this is also H. So because this is H, it is not having a chiral carbon, and the smallest, the cutest, the smallest alpha amino acid is glycine, and it is saying glycine does not have any chiral carbon. Definitely, because of 2 hydrogens, it does not have any chiral carbon. So both statement 1 and statement 2 are definitely correct. Okay, so I'm waiting for more questions. And chemistry was a mixed packet. I mean, by seeing such questions, we say, "Ha, sir, it is very doable." So whatever questions I've got till date, and I mean, they are very doable. Some are okay. So although the reviews I have got that there were many statements, sir, 6-7 statements, and there was an integer type question that whether it is correct or not. Although I haven't gone through those questions till now. I've just heard those words from students, but they have not given the exact question so that I can give it to you. So waiting for those exact questions because feelings can definitely be generalized, but questions are quite precise. So I'm waiting to share those precise moments for you. So let me see if your another teacher is ready for you. Okay. So anyone? I just confirm. By the way, Velour, Ayush, guys, got this question? Another easy. Okay, I guess this is the previous chat. So this discussion is definitely going to, I mean, for all those students who are having those your paper in the later sessions. So at least do this, that listen to this question at least once. So you will be very much, I mean, it will be very much easy. Like for example, let us explore this. How many questions we have done till date? One question is of chemical kinetics. We already say chemical kinetics, you get one question. Now just see what question we have got from chemical kinetics. So Arrhenius equation, rate constant is equal to A into e raised to power minus E upon RT. What does exponential term represents? That if a reactant wants to convert into product, first it has to cross that activation energy barrier, and second is the orientation should also be proper. I mean, reactants can collide with each other. Once they collide with each other, all reactant who crosses activation energy barrier converts into a product. No, their orientation also has to be perfect. So the orientation factor is inculcated by the constant A. So this basic theory of Arrhenius constant, I mean, chemical kinetics, we got one question. Then practical organic chemistry, POAC, we get this question. Then okay, to this question I will say it is carboxylic acid, because carboxylic acid also is a chapter where even NCERT tells you that the benzylic carbon undergoes oxidation very easily. So these are all very basic questions which, even if you are comfortable with NCERT, you are very much I mean, it is high probable chance. What we start doing at some point of time is we start reading that also, this also, that also. At point of time when you feel you are comfortable with your content, then go for the extra mile. Else, first stick to your basics. If you got your basics correct, then gradually you start gaining momentum. So what I feel is where students and where most of the students fall behind is when one day you think of working, you do not compensate without getting AIR1. So studying with the temperament of AIR1 is good for one day, for second day. In order to maintain it, you have to give it a constant start. I mean, the person who is even getting AIR1, point is he has been a consistent performer. Do not be impulsive with any decision of your life, is what actually I'm trying to tell you. So let me check if some faculty is ready for you. Huh. So I guess okay. So Sumit sir is coming next. So I'm passing the baton to Sumit sir. Now I'll be coming back because obviously we have just got few questions. Although I'm receiving a lot of questions, but they are getting typed. So we'll be back soon. And all those who are still feeling a bit uneasy, stay and stick to this discussion. It is definitely going to help you like anything. So let me, by the time Sumit sir is coming, let me check those comments. Okay. Ayush and Vellore Model School. Okay. Sumit sir is ready. So
Back, we have few more questions on physics, and this is one of the simplest question. Okay, here we can see just a straightforward thing is asked. Very straightforward. What is asked? Let us see. An ideal solenoid is kept with its axis vertical. Current I naught is flowing in the solenoid. Charge Q is thrown downward inside the solenoid. So this is the solenoid. Current is like this. Now a charge Q is thrown downward. Okay. What will be the acceleration of this charge? Will there be any force due to magnetic field here? Please mention. Will there be any force due to magnetic field in this case? No. Why so? Because if current is like this, the magnetic field are like this. Magnetic field is in this direction, B. Velocity is in this direction. What will be the force? 0. Isn't it? The angle between them is 180 degree. So magnetic force is 0. Only there will be force due to gravity. Only there is force due to gravity. Okay. And if gravity is there, I can say acceleration will be just G in the downward direction. Yes. Yes. Okay. So these questions are memory based. Here few things can change. I mean, like, it's a memory based. Option sequence can change or the option itself can change, but the concept will remain the same. I hope you are able to understand that. Next question. This question is from Venturi meter. Let us read it. Volume flow rate in Venturi meter given below in which water is flowing. Okay. What is basically we have to find the volume flow rate. Volume flow rate means Q, that is area into the velocity. This we need to find. Now what is given to us? The area of cross sections are given. Here it is A, here it is B. The difference between the two heights is given, that is 5. Now this is 1, this is 2. Now let us relate the variables at 1 and 2. So I will say pressure at 1 plus half rho V1 square, okay, plus rho G Y1. Y1 means the height of that is equal. So pressure at 2 plus half rho V2 square plus rho G Y2. Now here these 2 points are on the same level. So Y1 is equal to Y2. Only from here I can say P1 minus P2 will become equal to half rho V2 square minus V1 square. Okay, is this point clear to you? Now what is P1 minus P2? That is rho GH. Okay, the pressures here, the difference in the two pressures will be equal to the pressures. Okay, so that is rho 1 GH, rho 2 GH. So difference of that. So this is rho G into H. This becomes my half rho V2 square minus V1 square. Now from equation of continuity, A1 V1 is equals to A2 V2. What is area of cross section here? A. So A into V1 is equals to, there we are having small a into V2. So what is here? This relation is given to us. A by A is 2. So A by A is 2. So V2 comes out to be 2V1. Okay, let us put V2 as 2V1. What it will become? Half rho 4V1 square minus V1 square. So that is 3V1 square, and this is rho GH. From there, cancel out rho, and you can write V1 comes out to be root of 2GH divided by 3. Now G, we know that is 10. H, what is H? 5 centimeter, put it. So this will become root of 2 by 3 into 10 into 5 centimeter, means 1 by 20. Converting that to SI, 5 centimeter by 100, so that will become 1 by 20. So 1 by 20 becomes 1 by root 3. So V1 I got. What I need? I need A into B, because it is asked here volume flow rate. Okay, volume flow rate, not the velocity, volume flow rate, how much you can say volume of the liquid is passing per second. So that is A into V from any cross section. So I can say A1 into V1 or A2 into V2, anything I can do. So I can say this is my A1 into V1. So what is A? A is root 3. So root 3 into what is V1? V1 is 1 by root 3. So this comes out to be 1. Okay, this comes out to be 1. So from here we got A as the correct option. I think 80 plus in physics is easy on this shift. Appears to be. Questions are not that difficult. One question was lengthy, so far we discussed. This question is also not lengthy, because if you put the variables quickly, okay, anyways you know that H is same, so you will not write this. Okay, V1, V2 you relate, quickly you will get this expression, from there you will get V1, multiply that with A1, so that becomes 1. Only few questions are lengthy, yes, and that is there. That has to be, because those few questions will create the difference. Those few questions will create the difference. Okay, let us check if there are few more questions. Now so far we have discussed few questions which were very straightforward, like this question was easy. Okay, this question was easy, this question was a bit lengthy, this question was easy, and this question was moderate, not very easy, not lengthy, moderate, conceptual. If concept is okay, you can solve it. So you can say this is moderate, this is easy, this is lengthy, not difficult, lengthy, not moderate, easy but lengthy. So we will not do this, we will attempt this at the end, like that we have to do in the exam. This is easy, straightforward, easy. Just by looking at the question you can solve. This very easy, and this easy. Okay. So now Dipendra sir will come. So Dipendra sir will join now with few questions on maths. So Dipendra sir, please join. Yeah, easy. Yes. My answer is correct. Great. That's great.
Give me a quick response. Just give me a quick response. I am visible or not, so that we can continue. I think Sumit sir has ended this stream and we can go live. Let me just check whether I am there or not. Yes, 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 yes. So great, great, great. I hope so far whatever is being discussed in physics and chemistry, you are comfortable with that and you are getting some confidence that yes, we can crack this exam. This is not as tough as it appears to be. Yes, if you are well prepared, you can say so. Now look at this question, how easy this question is. Locus based question, coordinate geometry. Intersection of tangent drawn to this circle which subtends an angle of 120 degrees. So first of all, what you need to understand is that there is a circle. Great. So there is a circle. Okay. What happens is on this circle, pair of tangents are drawn from outside. So okay. So two, of course, pair of tangents are drawn. So one of the tangents could be like this and the other tangent could be going like this. I hope it's properly visible to everyone. Now what they say next is that this circle, what is the center of the circle? 2 comma 3. So this circle is having a center 2 comma 3. We know the radius of the circle. Can you help me with this radius? Its radius is given by of course under root over 16, that is 4. I hope no confusion so far. Can you help me with the answer, students, those who are watching it online? This point's locus is what we need to figure out, which is given by h comma k for a while. Now, what do we need to do? That this pair of tangents is subtending an angle 120 degrees. So, if this angle is 120 degree, can you help me with this angle over here? Can you help me with this angle? I hope you remember these two triangles are congruent. So, if the entire angle is 120 degree, half of it will be 60 degree. So, this angle over here will be 60 degree. Now, do you remember while discussing circles, we did discuss that the length of the tangent, do you remember that in 15 by 15 series, we had a discussion on that. Length of the tangent is given by root S1. Or if you don't know that, even by that also h comma k to 2 comma 3, can you not find this distance? Can you not find this distance, students? So h comma k to 2 comma 3, I hope you are understanding. This angle is 60 degree. This would be 90. So without any hesitation, you would say this would be the hypotenuse. So by using trigo, basics of trigo, you could have answered the question. I'll write the next step and with that, we'll mark the correct option in 2 steps. Can you believe that? It's just a matter of imagining or visualizing questions correctly in coordinate geometry and the job is done. So what will I do? Any you take sine theta, cos theta, tan theta, because you have everything. You have perpendicular, you have base, you have hypotenuse, whichever you wish to take. If you don't wish to take root S1, I am trying to say that this distance also could have taken 2 comma 3 to h comma k. So if I wish to take that, here I have perpendicular, I have hypotenuse. So perpendicular and hypotenuse means what? Sine theta. So I'll be writing it as sine 60 given by perpendicular. Perpendicular is basically what? Okay, so perpendicular is what we already know is 4 divided by hypotenuse. What is the hypotenuse here? This distance. So under root over h minus 2 whole square plus k minus 3 whole square. So I'm skipping the calculation part. You square both these sides, ultimately you get an equation in h and k, and ultimately in the end you replace h and k by x and y. So when you simplify this, ultimately you get the answer, and your answer will be 3x square plus 3y square minus 12x minus 18y minus 25, which I hope you all are comfortable in doing. This leaves you with a simple calculation. Are you realizing if you are good with your concepts, if you have learned everything properly, maths is not a tough task. Maths is something really amazing. You should know the concepts. If you know the basics, cracking this exam is definitely not tough. I repeat, if you are well prepared, you would be confident. Can we move ahead with the next question? So we can see the next question right there on the screen. I would say if matrices and determinants was one of those questions which you all must have enjoyed doing, then this is that second question where you would love solving, love seeing this question. I'll give you the hints, I'll give you all the approaches, I'll give you the idea, and then of course, we can crack this question. So first of all, you need to understand that here, this ABC, we are told, so first of all, two lines L1 and L2, they are two parallel lines. So this line L1 and this L2 are two parallel lines. Great. If they are parallel, I could have done one thing, that I could have simply, hold on now for a while, I could have simply dropped a perpendicular from B to this line. I hope you are understanding it. So when you drop a perpendicular like this, what happens here is, please understand, triangle ABC is given to be an equilateral triangle. So the distance between these parallel lines is given as 9. I hope you are understanding it. My answer is correct. That's good, Rituraj. We are glad that some of you have. Did you write this exam, or did you attempt it right now? And if you have written the exam, then tell us about your experience. How was it? How did your exam go? Which section did you like the most? What about your response on maths? Did you like it? Did you enjoy the paper? Give us a response, a good response here. So what will I do? I'll say that, sir, here, this we all know, since it is an equilateral triangle, this will be 60 degree. And let's assume this to be theta. So we all know this is 90. So I hope you're understanding. This angle over here will be what? 90 minus 60 minus theta. I repeat, if I wish to define this angle will be 90 minus 60 plus theta. That's what I'm saying. I hope you understood that. Because this entire angle is 90 degree because I have dropped a perpendicular line from here to here. So what I'll do is simply 60 plus 90. So 90 minus 60 is 30. So this is 30 minus theta. Did you all get that? I hope without any confusion. Or I'll say, yes, so this angle over here is 30 minus theta. Can I say so? So this is 30 minus theta. And if this is 30 minus theta, this is 90. So again, I can make my comment about this angle. But so far, I am asking you to simply figure out or work out few more things. See, let's say the equilateral triangle has the side which is given by length A. So length of the side of it, the equilateral triangle is given by A. So Rituraj is saying he enjoyed the paper. Lovely. That's brilliant. Good to hear from you. Now we are asked the area of the triangle ABC. So if I wish to figure out the area of the triangle ABC, all I know is that for an equilateral triangle, the area is given by, I hope you know the formula, students, root 3 by 4 A square. Do you remember that? Root 3 by 4 A square will give you the area of the triangle. But the catch here is that how do we proceed further? I'll simply say that can you help me with this triangle? Okay, I'll denote these points as well so that you don't get confused. Let's say I locate this point as D for a while and I'll call this point a point E for a while. So in this triangle BCD, I hope we can call this also a 90-degree angle, this also a 90-degree angle, because this is basically the distance between these two perpendicular lines. So how will you say, or what can you say about triangle BCD? If I ask you, so will you not say that, sir, BC is A, CA is A, and even AB is also A? So if I wish to define, let's say whichever value you wish to take, perpendicular and hypotenuse I'll introduce. So with that, sine theta I'll take. So can you help me with sine theta? I hope you all must agree that, sir, sine theta from here will be perpendicular upon hypotenuse. Perpendicular is 3, hypotenuse is A, so this is 3 by A. And if you have cracked sine theta, can you not crack cos theta? 1 minus sine square theta under root over 1 minus sine square theta will give you cos square theta or cos theta. With that, we have cracked so much. Now, what I do next is, what are we asked? We need to figure out this value of A. So I'll simply do one thing, that can I say that here, if I wish to define this particular angle, see, this was 30 minus theta, this is 90. Can you put some comment on this angle? I hope you are understanding. The complementary angle here, 60 plus theta will be this. If you don't believe me, you can simply do what? 90 minus this. So if 90 minus this was this, so 90 minus this will be this, which means this angle over here will be 60 plus theta. Do you all agree with this on me? So what or how do you define 60 plus theta? I'll say that, sir, here, although you could have had a different approach, I'm just doing what is there in my brain. If you are having some other approach, do share it, do write in the comment box, we'll really appreciate it. So sine 60 plus theta, sine 60 plus theta, see, this is your angle, so this is the perpendicular, this is the hypotenuse, and this is again going to be A because this is an equilateral triangle. So perpendicular is 9, so this is 9, and what about the hypotenuse, students? Hypotenuse is basically A, the length of the equilateral triangle, the side of the equilateral triangle. How do you write sine 60 plus A? I hope I need not tell you that particular part. Sine A plus B, so this gives you sine A cos B plus cos A sine B. I hope you got my point, is equal to 9 by A. Now the challenge is, how do you get rid of this cos theta and sine theta? Can you help me with that? I hope most of you must have already cracked it, that, sir, if we have sine theta, we can have cos theta. So after having sine theta replaced here in terms of A, I can replace cos theta also replaced in terms of A. So I'll be seeing a equation getting formed in A. Once you get or see a equation formed in A, and after solving that equation formed in A, when you solve it, you will see the value of A square turning out to be as 84. Once you have cracked the value of A square, which is 84, all you got to do is replace that 84 here and you will get the area of the triangle ABC, and area of the triangle ABC will finally be what? It should be 28 times root 3. So it will be 28 times root 3. Option C needs to be marked. Did you understand the whole solution? Did you understand the whole solution, students? And did you like this particular part? Can we move ahead with this one? I am seeing Gaurav sir and Sumit sir are very heavily active in the background and getting all the questions typed. Meanwhile, I had these two questions only. I will be showing you the other parts of the question. I think my screen has started lagging again. Just give me a moment, students. Hold on for a while. Screen will lag ho rahi hai kal jaise. So let's continue further. What do we next? What do we do next? Here. I hope. So all these students, that's good, Vellore, that's great, students, and we are loving it. We are really enjoying that you all are participating actively and interacting with us and coming up with your responses. That's great. So can we move ahead with this? I hope. Let me just check who is ready. So let me just, great. So I am ending, and Sumit sir is coming live. So I think we can end it now. Sumit sir is there with us. So who is coming next? Both are fighting, Sumit sir and Gaurav sir, who to come next. So I am ending, let me end.
Hello. Yes, guys. So finally, I have few more questions for you. Now, this question is from organic chemistry, and I would rather say it's an easy question. Can I have that remote? It's an easy question, but obviously, time is money. So if you ask me, okay, Rutu, Rutuja, enjoy the paper. I'm very happy for you, Rutuja. So, okay, so I was discussing about this organic chemistry question. Now, it's a very basic question, but actually, you have to invest time. Why time? Sir, ultimately, they are also asking you to calculate the percentage of nitrogen. Sir, into divide will take time. Let us browse through this question now. It says that you have this benzene. Benzene is subjected to concentrated HNO3 and concentrated H2SO4. What is it meant for? Sir, electrophilic substitution. What was the electrophile? Sir, H2SO4 is a strong acid, will give H plus, will force HNO3 to give OH minus ion and will form NO2 plus. So here NO2 plus will be the electrophile, will attack the benzene ring, and this A will be beautifully nitrobenzene. It is quite easy. NCERT fact. Now, simple reduction, metal in presence of acid gives what? It reduces nitro compound and it forms amine. So you will be having an aromatic amine called aniline. Easy. Now, aniline subjected to reaction with acid anhydride. Sir, a simple case of formation of acid amide. So what will be happening? This H plus and the substituted part of OH, which is the anhydride part, will be removing the acetic acid, and you will be getting an acetic acid derivative of amine, as in this NH gets bonded to this carbonyl group, giving rise to this acetic acid derivative of aniline, which is your amide. Now this amide is C. What this C is subjected to? Sir, this C is again subjected to nitration. Now come to the application of resonance. So what can you say about the lone pair of nitrogen? Sir, it is still activating, although this is moderate activating. Why? Because the lone pair of nitrogen has to delocalize to the carbonyl group also, but they will delocalize to the ring also. So because there is cross conjugation, so it is not heavily activating, but still, if at all electrophile is created, the directive influence is decided by resonance effect, which is definitely plus R. So I'll be getting ortho and para substituted product, because ortho will be having steric hindrance, so para will be the major product. So D will be the same compound, as in the same amide, COCH3, and this will have a at the para position, it will have a substitution of NO2 group. Now after this NO2 group, what the question is asking you? The question is asking you to give acidic hydrolysis. Sir, what does acidic hydrolysis? All the acid derivatives on hydrolysis form their parent carboxylic acid. So do I have an acid derivative over here? Yes. So this acid amide will undergo hydrolysis and will form the parent carboxylic acid. So this guy will be gone and it will be forming CH3COOH. So what are you left with, sir? Again NH2. Yes. So we are finally left with, again this thing is gone, and this H will be getting H plus from the medium. So again our final product will be, I'm separately drawing this final product. Why? Because this is our product E. Now, why I said the question it is very easy, but time consuming. Why time consuming? Now after getting this, you have to do maths, because you are supposed to calculate the percentage of nitrogen in this E. So let us calculate the percentage of nitrogen. So weight of nitrogen, how many nitrogens you see? 2. So 14 into 2. Now, what is the weight of the organic compound? Sir, C6H6, but 2 hydrogens gone, and substitutions are there. So it will become C6H4, then this NH2 group, and then this NO2 group. Again, a tedious maths task that you have to do. So I guess I have calculated this for you. You can also, can anybody tell me the molar mass? It is nothing but 138. So calculating this also in that extreme point of time is time consuming, and multiplied by 100. And I guess if you just solve it, it is somewhere around 20.3. So obviously it's an integer type question. So 20 will be your answer. So I hope you got this one also. So no, if you will ask me, sir, is it a difficult question? No, beta, it is not a difficult question, but yes, I will not say it is easy, not because of the level or concept it is asking. It is asking multiple concepts, but it is in the end also it is asking us to calculate. So because of calculation, and therefore time consuming, so I would rather say it's a moderate question. Moving to the next question. Now such questions, I mean, they really deserve are all hugs and kisses. Why? Because only just you read the theory, a traditional organic question. This is Br2KOH, the catch of the question. What is this represent for? This reagent is for? So this reagent is Hoffman bromamide degradation. Br2 in a basic medium does Hoffman bromamide degradation of what? Of amide. So definitely Q is an amide. And after getting that degradation, what you get, sir? After that I get a primary amine, so R will be an amine. Now Q I am attaining from P, which is getting reacted with ammonia followed by heating. Again NCERT. Who reacts with ammonia and on heating form amide? Only the parent. That is, what is this amide? Who is amide? It is a derivative of carboxylic acid. So the parent carboxylic acid. So if I have a carboxylic acid, then that carboxylic acid reacts with ammonia followed by, with ammonia it will form salt, and with heat it gets dehydrated and forms amide. So just look at the options. I guess I have not even given you the other options, because I mean, you can see the options, but obviously P is an acid, Q is an amide, and R is 1 degree amine. So our answer is beautifully without time consumption. It is option number 1. I hope it is clear, guys. Sir, is this recorded class? No, beta, this is live. That's why we are fetching questions also, Pranav, and we are fetching questions also for you, and at the same time, the moment we are getting the questions, we are giving it to you. So it is definitely live, my friend. You can ask any question you have. Okay, now another question of D block elements. Again, I would rather say it's a moderate, or rather it's an easy question. If you have read the D block and the block chemistry basics, even it is important as per redox reactions. So you can even tag this question to a redox reaction chapter. Now what does it say? You have MnO4 2 minus. What is MnO4 2 minus? Sir, it is manganate ion. Everybody, okay, question is also giving you the name. It is manganate ion. Manganate ion is undergoing disproportionation. What is a disproportionation reaction? Disproportionation is when the species get oxidized also, and the similar species get reduced also. So let us check my oxidation state. It is definitely +6. How to find it? I do not know the oxidation number of manganese, so let's say it is X. Oxygen is generally -2. How many oxygen I have? 4. So -2 as in -8 equals overall charge is -2, so X will definitely be +6. Now for disproportionation, my oxidation state should increase also, should decrease also. So I hope we are very much comfortable with the purple color with the purple color permanganate ion with formula MnO4 minus, with oxidation state of manganese as +4. And it, because that's an unstable species, so in acidic medium it disproportionates, and because of this I'm saying it's a moderate question, because you need to know this through NCERT that it also forms manganese oxide, where oxidation state of manganese is +4. This permanganate is super easy, but to many students, only those who are well familiar with NCERT will say that yes sir, it forms MnO2 also, because this is a beautiful NCERT fact. So it is a disproportionation reaction forming permanganate and manganese dioxide. So obviously answer option 1 will be your beautiful answer. Moving forward, okay, so this is the question, these were the questions that I was having. So I hope you are liking it. I hope you are digesting the fact that NCERT is a beautiful reference for chemistry. And if you are comfortable, then definitely you will do wonders with your paper. So let me check which faculty of yours is coming. Okay, so I guess questions. Okay, so we'll come to our discussion now. You tell me, you guys. Okay, let me. I cannot see your comments. So if all students are live, everybody's. Pranav is again writing, sir, is this a record class? No, Pranav, I'm responding to you. So if I'm responding to you right now, so how can it be recorded? I'm listening and reading all your comments, and you tell me when you are having your paper, guys. Yes, Rituja, it's option 1. Now the reason, if you say sir it is easy or moderate, why I'm saying it is a moderate question, because you need to know this through NCERT that this MnO4 2 minus in acidic medium, yes, it stabilizes itself as permanganate, but it also stabilizes itself at the same point of time to MnO2 as well. So I guess, okay, I've got so physics Sumit sir's now. He's ready with his question. So Sumit sir, over to you.
I'm audible to you. Okay. Good. So I was waiting. So this is the next question that we are going to discuss on in physics, and here we see that this is another very simple, very straightforward, easy question. If you see this question, wave propagates whose electric field is given by this. This is the equation for the electric field. Find the direction of magnetic field. What is the direction of propagation of magnetic field? What is the direction of oscillation of the magnetic field? Now, what is the direction of propagation of the wave? That is E cross B. E cross B gives us direction of propagation of wave. Means in which direction the wave is moving. So in which direction the wave is moving? From this equation also we can say. What is that? That is plus x-axis. Here negative sign is there, it means our wave is going towards the positive x-axis. So this should be equals to I cap, means the unit vector along this direction. Okay, the unit vector along this direction should be along x-axis. Okay, so I can say this is my along x-axis. So E cross B is along x-axis. What is E? E is oscillating in y cap. So this is the direction of E. This should be the direction of E cross B. So E cross B, it means B should be out of the plane. B should be out of the plane, that becomes k cap. E cross B should be along x-axis. Therefore E cross B. B is out of the plane. Got it? Easy आया था. Yes, this was easy. Is everyone clear with this question? Please mention. Yes, A. Perfect. Vellore Model School. Okay, yeah, perfect. This was A. Anybody else who did this or you are able to understand this, please mention. Till then, let us take another question. So, this is another question and this is on thermal expansion. Yes, let us read it out. Two rods of equal length 60 centimeter are joined together end to end. So, we are having two rods. This is one, this is another rod. Length is equal, so this is also 60 centimeter. This is also 60 centimeter. Coefficient of linear expansions of rod, this one for the first one, this one for the second one. Their temperatures are same equal to 30 degree. Now initially both were at 30 degree Celsius. Now the temperature is increased to 100 degree Celsius. Means how much is the increase? 70 degree Celsius. So delta T is 70 degree Celsius. Find the length of combination. Now temperature will increase, both will expand. Initially, how much was the total length? 120. Finally, how much will be the total length? Total length will be the initial length plus whatever in expansion in the first one, delta L1, whatever expansion in the second one, delta L2. What is delta L1? Delta L1 is equals to, length is L only, initial both are having same length. So L, alpha 1 delta T. What is delta L2? Delta L2 is L, alpha 2 delta T. L is same. So if I ask you how much is the total expansion, that is delta L1 plus delta L2 and that will become L delta T into alpha 1 plus alpha 2. Okay, now put the values. What is L? 60 centimeter. 60. Let us write everything in centimeter. Okay, 60 into what is delta T? 70. What is alpha 1 plus alpha 2? Here you see this is 10 to the power minus 6, this is 10 to the power minus 5. Let us convert both into the same powers. So this will become 2.4 into 10 to the power minus 5, isn't it? So 2.4 plus 1.2 is 3.6. So 3.6 into 10 to the power minus 5. How much is this? Let us do the calculation. So this is 60 into 70, okay, and into 3.6. So this is a 15120 into 10 to the power minus 5. So it means 0.15120. So this much is the total expansion. What was the initial total length? 120 centimeter. So the answer will be total 120 plus this, C option. So 120 plus the total expansion. So that will become the total length. Sir, for 28th Jan, how can I study? Now you are seeing that from which topics the questions are asked, which topics you can say I am lagging with or you are having backlog with. Let us take thermal expansion, you don't understand. Now the point is you should go and revise thermal expansion nicely. Okay, how to find the increase in the length, how to find the increase in the area, how to find the increase in the volume, what is the relation between alpha, beta, gamma, all those things you should understand very nicely. Now each of the question, let us take, you saw this question. Now try to understand, like from electric field equation, how can I write the equation of magnetic field? How can I write the direction of propagation? How can I write the velocity of the wave propagation? Okay, or let us take wavelength of the wave or frequency of the wave. All those things you should understand very nicely. Similarly, we discussed this. So you understood, okay, this is a Venturi meter, here we need to use Bernoulli theorem. So understand Bernoulli theorem nicely. That's all. Okay. Now 23rd January shift 1. All the best. And it's good that you are able to see here what type of questions are asked. Okay. Now let us see that if there are few more questions of physics. I'm just checking. We are getting questions. So just a minute. Let me check again. We are having few more questions. on physics. So till now we have seen so many questions. I think this was the 8th question that we discussed. Physics has direct questions. Yes. So from these 8 questions, I can say a few questions were very simple. 1-2 questions was a bit lengthy. Okay. One question was a bit lengthy actually, not even two. One question was a bit lengthy, and I think 2 questions or 3 questions were just straightforward. Just by looking at them, you can solve them. Okay. Now we are having 2 more questions on physics. Okay. So let me take that. So we will now take those 2 questions as well. Okay. I think we are having 3 more questions. Okay. दोबारा से reload करना है नहीं नहीं हाँ yes. So we will just, you can, no, you can come. So just a minute, we will take a minute. Okay. So we will be having 3 more questions on physics now, and we can see here this question is from change in the internal energy. So change in the internal energy we need to find. The relation is given of Cp, yeah, and the change in temperature is given. So I'll take just a minute. Okay. So we are changing the PPT. So in just 1 minute, I'll be back. So here change in internal energy of the gas if its temperature is changed by 10 Kelvin. Yeah, we know what is the formula, delta U is equals to NCV delta T. Okay. So Cp is given. So from that Cp we need to find Cv, and from there we need to use the formula delta U is equals to NCV delta T. Okay. So we are just changing the PPT. It will take just few seconds. Does NTA provide the question paper after the shift or the student response? So these questions are from student response. So NTA takes some time to provide the question papers. So these questions are memory based questions, like the students who gave the exam, from them we collected this. Okay, another question is from velocity in a string, velocity of a wave in a string. So that there we know the formula V is equals to root T by mu. Yeah, this is also simple, isn't it? Another question is from potential energy. Oh, so we can see these questions are quite straightforward. Anyways, let us see. So we are having 3 questions. Yeah, this one is the first one. So find the change in internal energy of a gas if its temperature changes by 10 Kelvin. Number of moles of gas is 10. Okay. Cp is given to us, that is 7 calorie per Kelvin per mole, and R is given as 2 calorie per Kelvin. Now what we need actually, we need delta U. What is the formula? Delta U is equals to NCV delta T. Delta T we know, yes, that is 10 Kelvin. N we know, number of moles, yes, that is N is 10. What is Cv? Cv we need to find. Here Cp is given, we need to find Cv. What is the relation between Cv and Cp? Cp minus Cv is equals to R. This relation you know that. So I can say Cv is equals to Cp minus R. Isn't it? Everybody remember this relation? Anyone who don't know, please mention. Everybody know this relation, please mention in the comments. This is a direct relation between Cp and Cv. So Cp is given as 7, R is 2. Now when you are putting in calorie, so make sure you put R also in calorie. So minus 2. So this is 5 calorie per Kelvin per mole, like that. I got my Cv. Now I can write delta U, that is NCV. N is 10, Cv is 5, into delta T is again 10. So that is 500, and the unit will be calorie, because we took this calorie here, not joules. So if I write in joules per Kelvin per mole, that will be 8.31. You know that. So don't get confused. Yes, sir. Okay, great. Rutul, what is that? Rutuja Patil. Okay. Another question is this question. What is this? Two mechanical waves on a string of equal length L and tension T, linear mass density mu1 mu2, the relation is given. Okay, find the ratio of time taken for a wave pulse to travel from one end to other end in both strings. Now speed will be constant because tension is same whole throughout. Sorry sir, I don't know this equation. Okay, Gaurav Acharya. Make sure you remember that Cp minus Cv is equals to R. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now how let us take a string is there. Okay, this is my string, length is L, tension is T. So if I make a pulse here, how much time it will take to travel for that pulse? I'll say the time it will take, that will be length divided by the velocity. Okay, what is the length? Length, let us take L. Okay, now what is velocity? Velocity we know that is root of T by mu. So when I write for first and second wave, okay, when I write for T1 by T2, this is, you may say sir here it is a standing wave, so don't worry, I'm just taking like this. So T1 by T2, for first string when I write, it will be L divided by root of T by mu1. For second, L divided by root of T by mu2. This is how we will write. L got cancelled, T got cancelled. And what this relation is, this relation will become mu1 by mu2, isn't it? Yeah. Anyways, so that you can write like this also. If you are confused, you can write like this, L by V1 divided by L by V2. And this becomes my V2 by V1. Okay, V is root T by mu. So this will become root of mu1 by mu2. Because tension is same, length is same, tension is same. So this relation becomes V2 by V1. V2 by V1 ratio will become mu1 by mu2. What is mu1 by mu2? That is 1 by 2. So this becomes 1 by root 2. That is option B. Okay. This was a bit straightforward question. Just by looking at this, you could have solved it. Option B. Yes, perfect. Great. Anybody else solving these questions parallelly? If you are not solving these questions parallelly, make sure you solve it. Okay, if you have missed some questions, solve after the class, because it is a very high probability that you will get a similar type of question. May not be exactly same. If exactly same, that's great. It can also happen. It has happened in the past, but at least you will get a similar type of question. Sir, a kind request for all the PW fans who don't know Hindi, can you start a series same way like Manzil for April attempt, where you cover every chapter of every subject? Yes, we'll plan something for April attempt. Okay, we'll let you know on our channel. So make sure you subscribe. PWJ English, you'll get to know. We'll start something for April, students. Okay, now see this. A curve is, now this question appears to be very difficult, isn't it? Like, so, so much data is there, graph is there. Okay, some difficult things appear here, but this is very straightforward. A curve is given between potential energy and position on x-axis. So tan theta 1, tan theta 2, tan theta 3 is given. If FAB be the force acting on the particle during AB, FBC and then FCD, FDE are BC, CD and D respectively. Arrange magnitudes of these forces in decreasing order. Now, how potential energy and force are related? We know force is equals to minus del U by del R. This is how we write. Just check the slope. Okay, so we need magnitude. Don't take the sign. Okay, you may say, sir, we need to take the sign also. No, he only needs us to arrange in terms of the magnitude. Okay, so magnitudes. So when I say FAB, what that will be? Tan theta 1. What will be FBC? Tan theta 2, magnitude only. Okay, what will be FCD? Here theta is 0, so this is 0. What will be FDE? So here you can say tan of 180 minus theta, so that is minus of tan theta. We need sign only, so tan theta 3 I can say. So FAB, if I write magnitude AB, tan theta 1, how much is that? 1. So this is 1. Now FBC, that is 3. So FBC is equals to 3. and then FCD is 0 because here slope is 0, and FDE, that is my theta 3 there. Okay, this is theta 1, theta 2, this should be theta 3. This is a mistake here, and this is 1 by 2. FDE is 1 by 2. So what is the highest? Highest is BC. Highest is BC. Then we are having AB, and then we are having CD. Sorry, then we are having DE. So BC, here we are having BC. Then it is AB. Okay, then it is AB. Here AB, here AB. Okay, then it is DE. This is DE, and then we are having CD. Yeah, B option is correct. Thanks, sir. Welcome. We'll start something for April attempt. Okay, so don't worry about that. But now, if your attempt will be on, 22nd, 3rd, or 4th, like that, so make sure you go through these topics. Not only questions, go through the topics. If let us take, you understand, you got this question, but you don't understand the concept of potential energy. So revise it. That is required. Few questions on maths. Let us see. Okay. So now Deependra sir will join, okay, with few questions on maths.
So hello students, come back. I hope I'm visible. So hello students, come back. I hope I'm visible, I'm audible, and we can get started. I think Sumit sir has left and I have joined and I'm properly visible to all the participants. So that let's get started, everyone. I hope I'm clearly visible, audible. Can you see the question right there on the screen? Great. Okay, so we are back with maths. I hope you are enjoying chemistry and physics and you're learning a lot with that. Let's see what do we see next. Can you not see that this is a very simple question based on complex numbers? We have right before your session, right before your exam, we had a discussion on this, that I was constantly pitching this idea that the moment you see an equation with x square plus x plus 1, then would you not take its imaginary roots, omega and omega square, cube roots of unity? Do you remember that? Not just that, I have told you one more thing, x square minus x plus 1, it will have the roots as minus omega and minus omega square. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? So with that, so yes, now how do we proceed further? How easy this question is. Now, do you not realize we could crack that? Let's say x is omega. So this is basically what? Omega plus 1 by omega, omega square plus 1 by omega square, omega cube plus 1 by omega cube. Now, all you got to understand is that omega to the power n plus 1 by omega to the power n. It is basically a very simple task here. The moment you see omega cube, I hope I wouldn't hesitate in saying that, sir, it will always be 2 because this will become 1, this will become 1. So whenever you're having n as a multiple of 3, I'll not hesitate in saying that this will result into 2. So first of all, I need to calculate how many omega cubes I'm seeing. That job you need to do. Second conclusion, apart from that, whenever you're having this n, which is not a multiple of 3, then can you help me with that? You can predict it very easily. Let's say omega and omega to the power 1. This clearly 1 is not a multiple of 3, this power. So with that, can I not say omega plus 1 by omega? We know 1 by omega, omega and omega square are conjugate of each other. Not just conjugate, they are reciprocal of each other, which means if this is 1 by omega, I can say this will be omega square. And we know 1 plus omega square is 0. So with that, omega plus omega square is minus 1. So yes, whenever you see this having a power n, this 1 omega to the power n plus 1 by omega to the power n, where this power is having this n which is not a multiple of 3, do remember this will always result into minus 1. Are you not realizing? These 25 terms, I hope you're realizing why am I saying 25 terms? These 25 terms, all of them are raised to power 4. So yes, I think our job is done because I'll be seeing either 2 to the power 4 or 1 to the power 4, minus 1 to the power 4. I hope you're understanding it. You are understanding it very clearly. So 2 to the power 4 is basically what? 16, I believe so. Any confusion so far? And with this minus 1 to the power 4, this is 1. I hope there is no confusion on that. So all you need to crack is how many 16s are there and how many 1s are there. So every third number out of these 25 numbers will be giving you 16. The rest will be 1s. So I hope you could crack it, that there are 25 observations are there. So 25 by 3. So 3 into 8 is 24. So for this 16, I'll be having 8 observations. Did you get my point? So out of 25, if I could subtract the 8, I'll be getting 17 observations. For those 17 observations, I'm getting the sum is 1. So for 8 observations, I got the sum as 16. So 8 into 16 plus the remaining what? 25 minus 8, that was 17. I hope you could get that. With that, those 17 observation into what? This one will give me the final answer, which after calculation you can simply say 146 it should be, or I'll simply check 149 it should be. So you can do that calculation. That is not something really difficult or tough, but I hope, except for the calculation part, the conceptual part you're understanding that omega, how does omega come into picture? And you should remember that omega and 1 by omega are conjugate of each other, because 1 by omega square only. Even conjugate of omega is omega square. Conjugate of omega square is omega. So do remember these things. And yes, this is very handy property that omega plus 1 by omega to the power n plus 1 by omega to the power n is either 2 or minus 1. It is 2 whenever n is a multiple of 3. It is minus 1 whenever n is not a multiple of 3. Did you get that? Did you understand this? There was a question from conic as well. A question from conic section was also asked. What was that? Have a look at that. So I can see, yes, great students. I hope you all are listening and understanding and watching this with great sincerity. Can we look at the next question? This was a question asked from conic. So understand that they merged the concept of ellipse and hyperbola. This same question, trust me, mark my words, if you watch that video in which we have made you revise this entire mathematics, this same question we had done there. Exactly same. Trust me. So what was told there? Foci of ellipse coincide with hyperbola. So there is an ellipse, there is a hyperbola, and their foci coincide. If their foci are coinciding, that means AE, let's say small a and small b I'm reserving for hyperbola, capital A and capital B I'm reserving for ellipse. So we know if foci coincide, then AE comma 0 will be capital A comma 0. So small AE will be equal to capital E because they coincide. Can I come with that conclusion? Can I go ahead with that conclusion? Because this is that standard ellipse where a square is greater than b square. So this is that standard ellipse where major axis is x-axis and minor axis is y-axis. With that, if AE is equal to capital A, then if I square both the sides, A square E square is equal to capital A square E square. So with that we know that for hyperbola, where should I write it? I'll write it here. For ellipse, we know that b square is equals to a square times 1 minus e square. And for hyperbola, what we know is that b square is equals to a square times e square minus 1. If I could correct it, yes, there I'll use capital B, capital A and capital E so that you don't get confused. So this is for ellipse and this is for hyperbola. So when you square both the sides, it becomes a square, e square, a square, e square. And by using this particular result, which I'm showing you right now, and with that you reach to this conclusion that capital A square minus B square will be equal to small a square plus B square. Mind you everyone, this conclusion you reach to. Then what do we do next? I'll say a very simple idea is needed to be done. First of all, I'll begin with this idea, a square minus b square. So 36 is your a square, 16 is your b square. So 36 minus 16 is 20. So small a square plus b square is turning out to be plus 20. I hope you got that. Now what are we asked? We are asked to figure out that yes, coincide with hyperbola and eccentricity of hyperbola is 5. Then find the length of the lattice rectum of the hyperbola. What do we know here? That here eccentricity of a hyperbola e square is given by 1 plus b square by a square. I hope you remember that. I repeat, e square, the same formula which I have just shown you right there. This one, I hope you can understand that. This one, I hope you can see that e square is equals to 1 plus b square by a square. Can you see it getting created? So with that, what will I say? That, where was this? Let me just check it. Give me a moment. So where is the question? There it is. So here. So we know e square is equals to 1 plus b square by a square for hyperbola. So e is what? 25. The eccentricity of the hyperbola. 5 square is 25. 1 plus b square by a square. Then I take the LCM, a square plus b square by a square. So a square plus b square we have already evaluated as 20. So in the numerator it will be 20 by a square. That a square I bring on the other side. So it is 25 a square is equal to 20. From here I can calculate the value of a square, which is 20 by 25, 4 by 5. If I have a square, can I not calculate b square? So I have b square, I have a square. I think I have a as well. Now why did I do it? I did it because what were we asked? Let me read the question. Find the length of the lattice rectum. Do we know the length of the lattice rectum? 2b square upon a. The basics. Even if you had attended the last session right before your examination, where we have revised all the formulae of entire mathematics, there also you were told about these formulae, that length of lattice rectum, the basics of parabola, the basics of ellipse, everything related to entire maths was covered. So with that, I'll say we know that length of lattice rectum for hyperbola and for ellipse is 2b square by, with that, what will I say? I think we have b square from here, because we know the a square and we know the a, which is 2 by root 5, and when you replace those values, your job is done and you can mark the correct option. I hope it is clearly not a tough or a difficult question. Did you all get that? I think you can mark the correct option. Calculation is something which I'm skipping. The conceptual part is what I'm explaining. So are you all there watching and listening and understanding this, and are you getting the idea that mathematics is not tough if you are prepared? I'm constantly repeating these words. Can we move ahead with that? Okay, so I'm waiting for a response. Let's see who's there ready. Okay. Let me ask to Gaurav sir. Okay. Just give me a second. Participants. I think I need to ask it. I am seeing some problem with my connectivity here. Give me a moment. Okay, so I think somebody should respond. By the time you tell me, all these students who are watching it online, that's great. We are receiving a great response. You tell me, how was your paper? Did you enjoy it? Did you like it? How many you have already written it and you are now feeling much relieved? But I hope you remember, April attempt is there and you must be very well prepared now, that yes, so far whatever we have done, we have gotten a great clarity that what kind of paper is asked, how does IITJ surprise you, and how should you be prepared for it. And in the April attempt, you would surely be getting more score or better score. But do remember, if it is going to be easier for you, it is going to be easier for everyone. So yes, the things which are in your hand are simply nothing but what? How well do you prepare? So don't lose this opportunity. We still have a lot of months after this attempt till April. We'll prepare harder, we'll prepare better. We will come with all our one shots. We'll release all the remaining or pending one shots. The 15 by 15 series will also continue so that you can revise a lot of questions within 15 minutes. And don't forget, we'll do every possible thing for you. Whatever we can do, whatever is in our hands, whatever we are capable of. Don't worry about that. So do remember, we are already running our live series where we are bringing one shots of every single chapter. Where we are covering everything. I hope you are aware of it. If you haven't, you can visit our channel. There you check it. A lot of things are released over there. Let me just check who is ready. Waiting for typing. Okay, so Gaurav sir is ready. I am ending this. Give me a moment, students. Gaurav sir will be there with you.
Okay. Now I'm audible. Now I'm audible, ma'am. एक सेकेंड जी 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 हाँ जी हेलो actually I got just a second guys. Just a second guys, I guess I have some problem with my communication. Now am I audible guys? I'm audible guys? You have to, some of you have to respond. Hello, am I audible? Hello, yeah, I guess now you can hear me. Hello, I guess now you can hear me. I'm sorry, I cannot find those comments guys. Okay, so let's actually, I discussed one complete question and I'm very sorry because we got some voice issues. So let me rephrase this question for you. Now, what I was telling you, what I was actually trying to tell you from this question is, see, what happens is whenever we do a mole concept question, the basic problem we face is as per chemistry is concerned, the questions are really doable. They are easily solved. But the main point, the main concern is sometimes we have to do calculations, and whenever we are required to do calculations, it requires time, and time makes a question moderate, or maybe sometimes some may refer it, sir, it was a difficult question because it was time consuming. It is perfectly correct. So when you, how you are going to maximize the amount of time that you are putting in for a calculative question, sir, you have to practice. So my dear students, you also have to practice. Whatever time you are left with, practicing into divide will not take much of time. It just need your confidence, and in order to boost your confidence, just sit for half an hour with whatever basic multiply and divide you can do. So let me tell you why I'm saying such things. Now the question says I have an organic compound. So what's an organic compound? Let's say it is CXHY. How much organic compound I have? Question is saying 80 ml of organic compound I have. Now this organic compound is mixed with oxygen. Definitely correct. Now sir, hydrocarbon on combustion do what? Hydrocarbon on combustion produces CO2 and H2. Now let me, because I'm quickly doing it again, as per the law of stoichiometry, we can only equate a reaction using molecules and moles. But Gay-Lussac law of gaseous volume allow us that stoichiometry we can even apply for volume if the participating species are gases and the temperature and pressure of all gases are same. So point is, 1 mole of this can produce X mole of this and Y by 2 mole of this. Similarly, if we calculate, if we just do this for oxygen, we will get a X plus Y by 4 over here. So this is the stoichiometry, and I can also say that 1 ml of this reacts with X plus Y by 4 ml of this to produce X ml of this and Y by 2 ml of this. Why I'm using volume? Because the question is supplying us with the volume. The question is saying it is mixed with 264 ml of oxygen. So what, how much oxygen I have used? 264 used, not reacted, because it is now saying 224 ml of gaseous mixture is produced, and out of that only 64 ml of mixture is left. That means out of that 264, if 64 is left, then where 160 has gone, 160 is definitely absorbed by KOH, and because KOH is a base, so a base absorbs what, sir? A base absorbs this acidic oxide. Now do the stoichiometry. 1 requires X, so 80 will require 80x ml of CO2, and the value of CO2, the volume of CO2 that is consumed by KOH is definitely 160. So we get X equal to 2. So X equal to 2 is an answer. So we are stuck with option A and B, and now we have to calculate the stoichiometry for Y. So in order to calculate the stoichiometry of Y, again go over here. Why? Because 264 is the oxygen you have supplied. But out of that 264, how much oxygen is actually consumed? Only 200. How? Why? Because only 64 is left, and what is left? The unreacted oxygen. So reacted oxygen is 264 minus 64. So reactant oxygen is 200. So if reactant oxygen is 200 ml, and stoichiometrically speaking, 1 requires X plus Y by 4. So 80 will require 80 times of X plus Y by 4. This you will solve, you will clearly get Y as 2. So your answer will be C2H2 and not C2H4. A beautiful but a quite calculative question. And again, talking of calculation, one more calculative question we had. Now, this says consider the following reaction. Calcium reacts with twice of HCl, forming this and this. Now, it says if we have 14 gram calcium, now weight of calcium is given. So if weight of calcium is 14, then what will be moles? Sir, 14 upon 40. So now into divide I told you, you have to do. So 14 upon 40 moles of calcium we have. Now with it is reacted with HCl taken as an excess. Now it is saying mass of produced of CaCl2, that means of this guy. So if you just look at the option, because mass is this much or mass is this much, then I feel you do not have to check this one, because question is asking us the incorrect option. So obviously because both are mass of CaCl2, so one will be wrong, one will be right. So definitely we should only focus on calculating the mass of CaCl2. So 1 mole will produce 1 mole of this. So because I have 14 by 40 moles of calcium, so that will be the moles of CaCl2. So this will also be equal to moles of CaCl2, but question is asking us to calculate weight of CaCl2. Chlorine is 35.5, so 35 is 70, 40 is 110, 0.5. So this is 111. So molar mass is 111 into the number of moles, which is 14 upon 40. I guess clearly you can see it is not 3 point. It is something big number. So obviously you can solve and you will get somewhere around 38. And obviously it is not a smaller number. It is not 3. So D is incorrect. And the remaining options you can obviously check using the stoichiometry. Moving forward. Now, again, inorganic. When inorganic comes, read the question, see the answer, move ahead. Let's see how. The question says, the pair of molecules this contain amphoteric. Suno janabe Ali. Remember our GOC class, our chemical bonding class. Suno janabe Ali और उनके बेकार भाई. That was the rhyme I told you in chemical bonding also. If you do that rhyme, you will get one question. We got that question. So if you know those amphoteric oxides, then only you can know their properties. And because they are amphoteric, so they react with acid also, they react with base also. So if you know that amphoteric oxides, then it is a very easy question for you. I'm telling you the logic also, because germanium is a metal, and metal is in very high positive oxidation state as per its standard. As per standard of germanium, its +4 oxidation state is high, and because positive oxidation state is high, so it will want to gain electron. And gaining electron is what nature? Sir, it is predominantly acidic nature. So that means it is an acidic oxide, and because it's an acidic oxide, so it is not amphoteric. So because it is not amphoteric, therefore this statement is wrong. And statement 2, even if you were in class 9th, you could have done that. AlCl3 having 3 and 3 6 electrons, so octet not complete. BH3 octet not complete. BeH2 2 and 2 is 4, octet not complete. NO2 contains odd electron. This is N double bond O and a coordinated bond O. Although shape will be bent, but because of this presence of odd electron, its octet is also not complete. So statement 2 is definitely correct. So our answer will be option D, statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is saying they all have incomplete octet, which is definitely right. So that is correct. Moving forward. Now, superficially, if you look at this question, GOC, again go to our GOC concepts, you will find the same question. Why I'm saying same? Because if you just do not, I mean, such questions, you feel, sir, we have to draw those representations, it will take time. Just have a look at the question. Opposite charges repel each other. Since when you know them? Since when you know this concept? From class 8th. Just know that similar charges repel each other. Sir, positive together, will they be stable? Sir, positive together, can they be stable? Nitrogen having 2 positive charge. If I gain 1 positive, now I will have affinity towards minus. Why will I lose 1 more electron? So definitely 1 will attaining 2 positive charge is a huge loss for the guy. So obviously you do not have to do anything, just your common eyes will tell you that this is definitely wrong. So the only left option is option number 1, which is definitely stable resonating structure. Moving forward. Now again, superficially the question is making you is trying to scare you. Just read this question also. Famous example of, actually, if you are very calm, then calmness will help you to attain whatever marks you require out of it. The moment you start become hasty, I'll tell you why I'm telling this. Let us browse through this question first. The question is saying 1 gram of AB2, it's a solute with molecular formula AB2. So 1 gram of AB2 is dissolved in 50 gram of solvent. Solvent is 50 gram, you have dissolved that much of AB2. Such that depression in freezing point, that is delta TF, is 0.689. Now, when 1 gram of AB, I am taking another solute AB. When 1 gram of AB is dissolved in same solvent, as in 50 gram of same solvent, depression in freezing point is this. You will feel, sir, they must be asking some AB2, some I factor. Read the question properly. Find molar mass of AB2 and AB. You have to find molar mass of AB2 and AB. Kf is given to be 5, and you have to assume molar mass, you have to assume AB2 and AB are Sir, if AB2 and AB are non-electrolyte, whether it is AB2, whether it is AB, it will hardly make a difference to you. Why? Because if they would have been dissociating, AB2 will be dissociating as A plus 2 and twice of B minus. AB will be dissociating, I will be 1 plus N minus 1. N is how many ions? This one molecule is giving 3. But that all concept you just have to account when it was an electrolyte, it would have been dissociating. The question is making the question simpler by giving you this. And most of the student, what they do is, the moment they see the answer delta T is equal to I, and they start putting I. Don't do that. Many of my students also say that they did this, but in the end, definitely after solving, they were looking at the answer, and after solving they found, no, so this is not present. So actually read the question first and then start approaching it. Do not be in haste. So what will be the first statement? Delta TF value is given, it is 0.689 is equal to, formula will be I into KF, I into KF into molality. I into KF into molality. I do not have to account because it is not getting dissociated, so take I as 1. KF, solvent is same, so it is 5. What is molality? Moles of solute. What is moles of solute? Weight of solute upon molar mass of solute. And what is molar mass of solute? Sir, if I say atomic mass of A is A and B in B is B is B, then for AB2 it is A plus 2B will be the molar mass. So Kf into 1 upon A plus 2B, which is the molar mass, into weight of solvent, which is 50, but I have to put this weight in kg. So in order to convert it into kg, 50 it will be divided by 1000. So this will be our equation number 1. What about equation number 2? Sir, put the other cases also, which is 1.176. It is the value of delta TF. Again, the same thing. 5 into, again, you are having 1 gram of AB, but it will be A plus B. Atomic masses of A and B are, let's say, A and B, into 50 upon 1000. This is equation 2. Now, the only problem you will have is, I guess that problem is also not that crucial, because you can do a bit of approximation also, because answer will definitely be in an integer. So some of the students said that it was only asking molecular mass of AB2. Some of the students even said this, that they only asked the molecular mass of AB2, which if you solve, it is approximately coming out to be, I mean, the molecular mass of complete AB2 is somewhere around 1.145. But some are saying no, sir, they were asking for both. So whatever, because it's a memory based question. So I'm telling you for both the cases. For this case, you will solve the two equations, and for the other case where some students are saying they were only asking molecular mass of AB2. So for molecular mass of AB2, you can directly find this value. This value is coming around 145 point something. So obviously for integer, you will mark 145. So let the true paper come, and whatever will be the case will be your answer. Moving forward. Now, this is a very beautiful application of chemical bonding. The question is asking which one of the following, out of the given number of species, how many compounds have tetrahedral geometry? Now, how many of these guys have tetrahedral geometry is our task. Obviously, for NH4, it is quite simple for us. Let me draw that for you. Nitrogen giving out one electron will attain a positive charge, so it will become N plus, and post this N plus, it is having these 4 bonds. So this is the structure of NH4. I hope it is clear to you. So if this is NH4, obviously its hybridization is sp3 and shape is tetrahedral. So NH4 is a tetrahedral species. So this is 1 is our answer for us. It was an integer type question in which we have to say that how many. So 1 is definitely our answer. Now, what about XeF4? Sir, xenon with 4 fluorines. So bond pair will be 4, lone pair will be 2, steric number will be 6, hybridization will be sp3 D2, and shape will be square planar. In order to accommodate those lone pairs, shape will be square planar. So because it's a square planar molecule, so not an answer for us. Now, nickel, I hope it is very famous example, but for those who are finding it difficult, nickel with electronic configuration 4s2 3d8. What is its state over here? X minus 4 equals minus 2. So nickel is in plus 2 oxidation state. So 2 electrons are gone. So Ni plus 2 is nothing but 3d8. So if I look at this 3, 4, this 3d8 configuration, obviously I know chlorine or as per se all halogens, they are not strong field ligand. So no force pairing will take place. So if nickel plus 2 ion has to accommodate the incoming ligands, where can it accommodate those incoming ligands? In the outer orbitals. So this 3D is not required. So the 4s and the coming 4p will be used. So hybridization will be sp3, and because hybridization is sp3, so this guy will be definitely a tetrahedral molecule. So adding one more, so that is also NH4 plus is also tetrahedral. This nickel Cl4 2 minus is also tetrahedral. Platinum complexes down the group, platinum complexes, the cation is large enough with high Z effective, they are always having high stabilization. What crystal field is giving maximum stabilization? Sir, square planar. So platinum complexes are always square planar. So because they are square planar, so not an answer for us. Copper, the famous example, because ammonia is a strong field ligand, so this copper plus 2 having 3d8 configuration, 4s, 3d9 configuration, the 1 electron due to presence of ammonia ligand will be forced and inner d subshell will be utilized. A very famous example. This copper example makes this question very good. So because of that excitation, this also becomes square planar, are very famous chemical bonding logic discussing much about coordination chemistry. So because this is square planar, so not an answer for us. BF3, boron having 3 electrons, so 3 bonds, so it's trigonal planar, so definitely not tetrahedral. So last, this is also an NCRT famous example. Nickel, I've already given you the oxidation state 4s2 3d8, because CO is a strong field ligand, so it will force electron of 4s inside 3d8, so it becomes 3d10, and because it is 3d10, so again hybridization will be sp3 and shape will be tetrahedral. So how many ticks I got? I guess 3. These two nickel complexes and ammonium cation, so your answer will definitely be 3. Now this question I would rather say is a very good question. Moving to okay, so I have done with the questions. So moving forward, let me check that next who is coming for you. Okay, so I guess Sumit sir, your physics, few questions of your physics are ready with Sumit sir. So okay, so Sumit sir is ready, I guess, with his question, and I hope you are also enjoying this process, that as soon as those questions are out, you can also sit with your, even if you have your paper in later sessions, you can also sit, take a copy, keep your revision going, and attempt these questions as if you are giving a paper. So that definitely that is going to help you. So I'm passing over to Sumit sir.
Hello everyone. I hope I'm audible to you all. I'm back with few more questions on physics, and this time also the physics is very easy. We have seen that till now. We'll see few more questions. Physics is very easy and very straightforward. So we can say that scoring in physics is very easy at this time. Like physics would be deciding, I think. Straightforward, simple questions are there. If somebody missed these questions, then it is very difficult to get 99 percentile. Okay, let us see this question. Find out work done in moving a 2 microcoulomb charge from A to B. Okay, this is our Q1. 2 microcoulomb charge we are moving from A to B. How much will be the work done? Change in the potential energy. Work done is equal to change in the potential energy. So just find how much is the change in the potential energy, and that will be equal to the work done. That's all. Okay. So let us write. So work done is equals to, what is this? Okay. Work done is equals to change in the potential energy. We are moving from A to B. So potential energy final minus potential energy initial. Two charges are there. How we write the potential energy? K Q1 Q2 by R. So I'll say this is K Q1 Q2 1 by RB minus 1 by RA. This is what we will put here, isn't it? So what is K? K is 9 into 10 to the power 9. What is Q1 Q2? 10 to the power minus 8 coulomb, 2 microcoulomb. 16, okay, sorry, okay, not 16. This is 2 into 10 to the power minus 6. Okay, this is 8 into 10, 10 to the power minus 8. Okay, so if I multiply this, this will become 2 into 10 to the power minus 14. Yeah, K Q1 Q2 into RA and RB. What is RB? This distance from the origin. So root of 2 square plus 2 square plus 1, that is root of 9, 3. How much is this distance? Root of 5 square plus 4 square. 25 plus 4 square is 16, plus 2 root 2 square, it will become 8. So 16 plus 8, that is 24, plus 25, that is 49. Root of 49 is 7. So this is 7. So this will become 1 by 3 minus 1 by 7, isn't it? Yeah. So what it is? 18 into 10 to the power minus 5 into, this is 4 divided by 21. 7 minus 3 divided by 7 into 3, 21. 3 into 6, 3 into 7. what it will be? This becomes 24 divided by 7 into 10 to the power minus 5. So what it is? 3. And then we are having 3 0. So 3 4 something into 10 to the power 3.4 into 10 to the power minus 5. So this becomes 3.4, okay, 34, yeah, 34 into 10 to the power minus 6, because we can convert this to microjoules. So this is joules. So if we convert that to microjoules, this will become 34, isn't it? Yes, very easy question, one step question, okay. There is no multiple steps, just put the formula, find the change in the potential energy, that becomes our work done. Moving ahead. Here, a satellite is revolving around a planet in orbit of radius 1.5 r. Additional minimum energy required to transfer the satellite to a new orbit of radius 3 r is. So, how to write the total energy for a satellite? How to write that? We know that the ratio of kinetic is to potential is to total energy is equals to 1 is to minus 2 is to minus 1. So, when we write the total energy of a satellite, that is minus g m divided by 2r, half of the potential energy mm by r, half of the potential energy, so minus gmm by r. This is our total mechanical energy. Okay, now when I'm shifting from one orbit to second orbit, so the change in the mechanical energy, whatever that will be, okay, that is equal to my work done, isn't it? Yes. So I'll say here what it is, additional minimum energy. So that will be my work done, or the additional minimum energy that we will provide. So if I write delta E, this will be the change, okay. So I'll say this, here it is small r. So this will be minus g mm by 2 into 1 by r final minus 1 by r initial. Are you able to understand these questions? Make sure you put in the comments. If you are not getting, you can ask in the comments. And this is our first session live. If you are live for the first time, hit the like button on our new channel. So we are just having few, I think 2.44k subscribers. So we want this channel to grow so that everybody can take benefit of this. Like, people don't know, therefore students are not able to come. Now put the values of R1 and R2. What is R2? R2 is 3R. What is R1? R1 is 1.5R. So this will become minus GMM by 2 into 3R. R2 is 3R. Yeah, 3R. What is R1? 1.5 means 3 by 2. Yeah. So it will become 1 by 3 from here. So this is minus 1 by 3, and minus minus will become plus. So it will become G M M divided by 6R. So I can say x comes out to be 6. This was our x comes out to be 6. Okay, clear? Let us move ahead. Another question here. This is from error, okay. There are two springs of spring constant K1 and K2. If they are connected in parallel, then the percentage error in equivalent spring constant of the combination is. Now, two springs are connected in parallel. How we write the equivalent? K1 plus K2. You understand that. So, K equivalent, if I say this is K1 plus K2. So, if I write K equivalent, K1 plus K2, add this 20 plus 30, that is 50. And what is delta K equivalent? Add the errors, because we find the maximum. Okay, so 0.2 plus 0.3, so 0.5. So if I write the error, so that is 0.5 divided by 50. And we have to write percentage error, so multiply that with 100, this comes out to be 1%. So this is 1. Easy? Straightforward? Yes. Very easy question. And this another question is there on YDSC, and let us read it out. A YDSC setup, in a YDSC setup, a slab of width T is inserted in front of one of the slit. So these are the two slits. Here I insert a slab. The interference pattern shifts by 0.2 centimeter on the screen. everything shifts, means central maxima will also shift by 0.2 centimeter on the screen. Now I'll say how much will be the additional path that will come due to this. Actual path was t. If this was not slit, how much was the path, optical path, t. If now I have put slit, how much is the optical path, mu t. So the additional optical path that comes is mu minus 1 into t. This is the additional optical path. Now due to this optical path difference, how much it will shift? Okay, so if I go by a distance y, how much is the path difference, optical path difference? Y sin theta, which we write as yd by d. Okay, equate them. So mu minus 1 into t is equals to y d by d. I need here t, yeah, I need t here. So t comes out to be y d by d into mu minus 1. What is y? How much is the shift? Okay, 0.2 centimeter. 0.2 into 10 to the power minus 2. How much is small d? Small d is the separation between the slits, okay, that is 1 mm. So 1 into 10 to the power minus 3. How much is capital D? Means the distance between the screen and the slit, so that is 50 centimeter. So 50 into 10 to the power minus 2 into mu minus 1. What is mu? Mu is 1.5. So 1.5 minus 1 is 0.5. So 0.5. This is 0.5. This is also 0.5. So this will become 1 by 4. 1 by 4, yeah. So 4 into 2, 8. So 0.8 into 10 to the power minus 6. So that is 8 into 10 to the power, yeah, 0.8 into 10 to the power minus 5. So that is 8 into 10 to the power minus 6 meter. And we need in micrometer, okay. So this was given as, what it was given? N micrometer. So N comes out to be 8. Sir, will you share the PDF? Yes, you will get the PDF, question PDF. So solutions you can see from here, you will get the questions. Focal length of objective lens and eyepiece lens are 1.25 and 5. This is, yeah, this is the last question that we are going to discuss on physics, and after this, Gaurav, Deependra sir will come. Okay, just a minute, let me inform him. Now, let us read it. This is a microscope question. Focal length of objective and eyepiece are given. So this is my F objective and this is my F eyepiece. And the tube length is 26 centimeter, means this is my L. Find magnification of compound microscope in normal adjustment, means when the image is at infinity. What is the formula for magnification? L into D divided by F naught into Fe. This is for infinity. For near point, 1 plus D by Fe it becomes here. Okay, L by F naught into 1 plus D by Fe for near. But here this is for infinity. This is normal adjustment, means that is at infinity. What is L? L is 26. What is D? D is 25. What is F naught? That is 1.25. 1.25, that is 5 by 4 into what is Fe? Fe is 5. So this got cancelled. So this is 26 into 4. This comes out to be 104. Okay, so 104 is the magnification. Now Deependra sir will come. Okay, so we are ending this live. Deependra sir will join in a minute with few more questions on maths. Let us end it here.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi everyone. Just give me a response. Am I visible? Am I audible? So I hope you had. Hello, hello, hello. Hi everyone. Just give me a response. Am I visible? Am I audible? So I hope you had a lot of learnings with Sumit sir, and now we can continue with our session. Just give me a quick response. Am I audible and visible? The question along with me. Just give me a quick response. Quickly, students. I hope Yes, I think we are visible. Great. Let's go ahead with this. A very simple question from Trigo was asked. Can you believe this? Cosec 10 degree minus root 3 sec 10 degree. It's basically a question of arranging the data properly. First thing which you should have done is divide and multiply it by 2. Or rather you can do is cosec 10 degree can be written as 1 upon sine 10 degree. Root 3, this is not root 30, this is root 3. Sec 10 degree can be written as cos 10 degree. Numerator has root 3. All I got to do is multiply and divide it by 2. So when you do that, of course, you get something like this. So this 2 which is there in the numerator, I take it outside. So what am I left with? You do this cross multiplication, basically the LCM thing. So after LCM, you have sine 10 into cos 10 in the denominator, and here cos 10 into root 3 sine 10 in the numerator. Cos 10 minus root 3 sine 10 in the numerator. But I am multiplying or dividing it by 2 on the numerator, so that 2 also additionally comes outside. I hope you are comfortably understanding it. This is this 2 only, which we have already introduced in the first step. Now when I move ahead, just give me a quick response. Am I visible and audible? Let me just refresh it so that I'll get the confirmation. Students, just give me a quick response. Am I visible and audible? Everyone, just give me a quick response. Are we audible? Are we visible? I think the OBS has hanged, I think. Camera hang hua hai shayad. Dekho. Let's go ahead with that. I hope I'm visible and audible, students. Just give me a quick response. Let me remove this. How do we continue? Just give me a moment. Let it get fixed. Yes, we'll share this PDF, Ganesh. Don't worry about that. But give me a response. Students, is it visible, the screen which is shared to you? We are fixing it. I hope I'm audible at least right now so that we can continue. I hope I'm visible now. Let me just refresh it so that I can continue and get confirmation whether we are visible or not. Are we visible now? I think it should be. Students, give me a quick response. Am I visible? Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Is it going great? Do write something in the comment box so that I get the idea. Yes, I think we are going great. So now, what was I saying? Because here, I'll introduce sine 30. This will be cos 30. So sine A cos B, cos A sine B. That gives you sine A plus B or A minus B, depending on what we have here. I think there it should have had a plus, because to make that, or I'll use cos A cos B sin A sin B, but for that I think it should have been plus. So with that plus, this will become plus. So with that, I'll be having sin A cos B plus cos A sin B. So this will become sin 10 and sin 10, or rather, I think there is some correction here in this question. I'll make that correction because there is some confusion or correction in the data. But so far, what I know is, even if I solve it with the data given to me, I'll simply write cosec 10 as 1 upon sin 10. Root 3 sec 10 as root 3 upon cos 10. And then what do we do here? Let me just solve it again. Give me a moment, students. By the time I'll solve it again, here, I'm suggesting that cosec 10 you write as 1 upon sin 10. I hope you can do that. Here, sec 10 we write as 1 upon cos 10. I hope you got that. So what I'll do is, this I have made plus. So let's go ahead with this negative sign first, then we'll verify whether it should be plus or minus. Okay, so there could be some correction because it is memory based paper. So cos 10 into 1 will give you cos 10 here. This will be minus root 3 sin 10 here, divided by what? Sin 10 cos 10. So the moment you see sin 10 cos 10, I think most of the job is done. The only thing I need to ensure is that this thing should be resolved. I think this was correct. It was correct. Yes, I didn't notice that. It was sine 30 minus 10. Yes, so 30 minus 10 would have been 20. Yes, it was correct. So what I'll do is I'll multiply a 2 here. So of course I need to multiply 2 in the numerator. One more thing I'll do is I'll multiply it by 1 by 2 here. I'll multiply it by 1 by 2 here, which gives root 3 by 2 here. So if I'm doing that, a 2 is also needed. So yes, sin A cos B minus cos A sin B. So it is sin 30 minus 10. So if it is sin 30 minus 10, which means it is going to be sin 20. And this is also 2 sin theta cos theta, that is sin 2 theta, that is sin 20. So sin 20 upon sin 20, that is 1, and you're left with 4. 4 should be your correct answer. Everyone comfortable with this? Just give me a quick response. Are we clearly audible and visible? Can you see this live on the screen? The next question was a very basic question on statistics. You must remember we had done better questions than this in our revision marathon, in our formula revision session. We had clarity on this particular part where we have been discussing or talking about variance, standard deviation, mean, Do you remember that we had a discussion on everything like median, mod and all everything? So what are we told? That mean of these observations. How do we find mean? Sum of all the observations divided by number of observations, that we are given as 8. So I can create an equation in x and y by having this. Second is variance. How do we write variance? Variance is summation x square upon n. So square of all the observations should be added. So this is how you add them up, divided by number of observations, that we are given as 16. So one equation in x square and y square you'll get from here. One equation in x and y you'll get from here. Two equations, two variables. When you solve them, you'll crack the values of x and y and the job is done. Can you believe this? Such easy and simple questions were asked. The only point was you should be able to crack them. You should be able to identify the easy questions. Yes, Ganesh, don't worry. We will share once the session gets over. Let us complete the session first. Another easy question. Do you not remember in ITF, we were showing you the graphs, we were showing you, highlighting you all the graphs, that whenever you see sine inverse of something, it has its domain defined from -1 to 1. For cos inverse also, it has its domain defined from -1 to 1. So the first thing you should have done was 2x minus 5 divided by 11 minus 3x. You keep it from -1 to 1. And mind you, you will use intersection, because you'll get a solution from this inequality. You'll get a solution from this inequality. So here you have this 2x square minus 3x plus 1. This should also lie between -1 and 1. Now, you do two things. You solve this particular part, then get a solution. You solve this particular part, then get a solution. Take an intersection from there. You'll get a value of x lying between certain range. You solve this particular part first, then you solve this particular part first, then out of those two solutions, you'll get intersection of those two solutions. That will be a solution. So you'll get one solution from here, one solution from here, and then you'll take the final intersection. That calculation part I'm skipping right now. I'm keeping it brief so that you understand what concepts are being asked, how you should apply them, and the calculation will differ, calculation will vary. But again, you'll do simple calculation here. I hope you're understanding how do we calculate. If I could simply demonstrate one of the parts, because it will take a lot of time for me to solve this, but let me demonstrate one of the parts. Let's say I take this particular part. How do we solve it? So I'm given -1 is less than 2x minus 5 divided by 11 minus 3x. So I hope you remember, you cannot cross multiply it like this. I hope you remember that. So what I'll do is I'll take this I'll take this -1 to the other side, so it becomes +1 greater than 0. Then you have 2x minus 5 plus 11 minus 3x divided by 11 minus 3x greater than equal to 0. Now all you need to do is simplify this. Wavy curve method comes into picture. Then you solve this particular part, take the intersection of those two solutions. Then you solve this particular part, then you solve this particular part. Basically 4 inequalities you got to solve. With the help of wavy curve method, you'll get the intersection and that will be the answer. Do you not realize how easy these questions are? How simple these questions are? And let's say if this question was an option-based question, because we don't remember the option because it is memory-based analysis. So here, let's say if options are given, can you not use the extreme values given in the options? Through hit and trial, you can check it. For example, let's say one of the options has a value, a domain is given. So you try the extreme values, you put them here, and by putting those values here and here, if you don't get a value between -1 and 1, you can discard that option. So even if you don't like solving with the help of options, you could have tried hit and trial as well. Are you understanding this idea? All these students who are watching it online, did you understand it? Can we move ahead with the next question? The next question is this one. I'll simply show you the approach here. Always remember, one of the ways is, what are we told? I's are in GP, A1, A2, A3, A5. So 5 terms are to be taken in GP, rather 7. I wouldn't say you go with that A by R to the power 4 or A by R to the power 3 and like that. Rather, I'll simply take A1 as A cube as AR square, A5 as AR to the power 4. Still, the question can be solved, trust me. And it will be more simpler and easy. Trust me, have faith in that. So this summation is given as 813 by 7. Another thing we are told is A2 into A3 into A4 is 64. So if that is 64, what does it mean? A2 is AR, A3 is AR square, A4 is AR cube, that is 64. 64 I'm writing as 4 cube. So from here what I get is 1, 1, 1. So that is A cube, R square, R cube. So that is R cube square, R cube square, right? 5 plus 1, 6. That I can write as R square whole cube. That is 4 cube. So I think I have cracked. I think that AR square whole cube is 4 cube. So one thing we know for sure is that AR square is 4. AR square is 4 means what? We have cracked is the third term. Great, perfect. So one of the equations in AR between A and R is cracked. This thing, when you replace AR square by 4 here, I think you can take that 4 there. So what are you left with is A plus AR to the power 4 is equal to 813 by 7 minus 4. I'm skipping the calculation part just to save your time and just to make you understand how should you approach this category of questions. Sequence and series, can you believe that's such an easy question? So what I'll do is, of course, now what I'll do is I will see an equation getting formed in A and AR. There I'm seeing an equation in AR. From here, what you can do is you can take A as 4 by r square, and that value of A you can replace here or substitute here. Once you do that, you will see a biquadratic getting formed in r to the power 4, r square or something like that. You can take r square as t, you will split the middle terms and you will crack the value of r. Once you have cracked r, you will get the, replace that value of r here, you will get the value of A. R and A are known, then I think the job is done. Once you get R and A cube will be AR square. A5 will be AR to the power 4 and A7 will be AR to the power 6. And I think it's one of those easiest questions you could do with some simple. Of course, if question is simple conceptually, how will they make it lengthy? By introducing calculation. So they introduced calculation. It required some lengthy calculation, which I'm skipping because I'm believing that you need to understand the concept and what category of questions are being asked. So I hope you're realizing maths is easy, maths is doable. The only thing is you got to identify the easy and doable questions. Can we move ahead with that? Let me see what questions do we see next. After this, yes, there is one more question which we have right now of mathematics. Again, an easy one. Functions, mapping, permutation and combination. Somebody was putting a comment that, sir, permutation and combination was tough. I wouldn't say. First of all, it is a mixture of function and permutation and combination, and this isn't tough if you know the concept. What is the concept here? The concept is pretty simple. All I'll simply say is that here A set is given by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 elements. B set is given by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 elements are there. The number of strictly increasing functions from A to B such that fi should not be I. Fi should not be I means what? F1 should not be 1, F2 should not be 2, F3 should not be 3, F6 should not be 6. Great, got that. With that, I being, I being from 1 to 6, so strictly increasing. So I know this clearly that F1 cannot be 1. So let's begin with this very basic possibility that F1 is 2. Let's create this case. So case 1 says that, sir, if F1 is 2, what choices do I have? I'll simply say that, notice this part. If F1 is 2, so for the remaining these numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 numbers, how many choices do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 choices. I hope you understood that. I repeat my part here. Out of these possible 7 choices, whichever value I choose, I will see my mapping getting formed in a strictly increasing manner. I'll not arrange it. I repeat my words. I have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5, yes. And here, how many numbers am I left with? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So out of these 7, for these 5, whichever 5 I choose and I map them, I can map them in only one way to ensure that they are strictly increasing. I hope you're understanding. Let's say out of those 7, I have chosen any 5. So those 5 can be mapped in only one way so that it remains strictly increasing. So for these 7 ways, for these 7 values, for these 5 values, these 7 values can be mapped or chosen in 7C5 ways. Did you get my statement, students, very clearly? So I have 7C5 ways here. Now, or what else is the possibility? So I'll expand this 7C5, 7C2, NCR is NCN minus R. Or means what? Addition. Case 2. Second case is what? Let's say that F1 cannot be 1 as per the question. F2 is 2. We have already considered that. Let's say F2 is 3. Sorry, it's not F2. Let's say F1 is 3. Now, when F1 is 3, what is the possibility? Sir, when F1 is 3, what choices do you have? Now, when F1 is 3, how many numbers am I left with? I'm left with 6 possibilities. So, for these 6 numbers, I need to choose 5 numbers. So, 5 numbers will be mapped with 5 numbers here out of these 6 available numbers. And there is only one way you can map it. You cannot shuffle them. So, arrangement is not what you need to do. You need to simply select or choose. So, what I'll say, out of these 6 numbers, 5 numbers can be chosen 65 ways and you just got to map it. Velour model VR, okay, great. So here 65 ways. Now after F1, I hope you have predicted the pattern. I'll be left with 5 numbers in 5C5 ways. Can you tell me that F1 cannot be 5? Because if I say that the fourth possibility would be that when F1 is 5, then I think we are going wrong. Why? Because if F1 is 5, let's say F2 is 6, F3 is 7, F4 is 8, F5 is 9, then what about 6? It clearly is violating the very basic condition of it to be a function. So can I say that here, these are the only 3 cases. So you can calculate them and add them up and that will be your final answer. Did you understand the approach? Functions, mapping, strictly increasing, strictly decreasing, calculus, permutation and combination, everything is merged and they check it. So if somebody is telling you that these are the only important topics you should do, no, that's terribly wrong. IIT JEE is intelligent enough to check that you know all the concepts. In one question, they'll insert or merge a lot of concepts. So you got to study everything. So some chapters are definitely highlighted, but in those chapters also, they ensure that other concepts or other chapters are merged. So somebody say that, sir, a question from functions was asked. It may look like a question on functions, but yes, are you not realizing strictly increasing? Are you not realizing permutation and combination being used? So everything is equally important. Have faith in this word, have faith in this statement. Everything is equally important. So I'm done with my part so far. I'll of course bring more questions, but let me ask other people whether they are there or not. Let me ask Gaurav sir or Sumit sir. Let me notify them that yes. Give me a moment, everyone. I'll just ask Sumit sir or Gaurav sir to come and just give me a confirmation so that we can continue. Continue. Anyone? Okay, give me a moment. Gaurav sir is saying, okay, I think we are going great now. Gaurav sir is saying that he is coming in a while, so I think we can continue. Okay, so Gaurav sir, I am ending this stream. You please continue. You please join. Okay. So can we end it? Just let me just get a confirmation from Gaurav sir. By the time I'm getting a confirmation, all the students who have written this exam today, just give me an idea that how did you like this process? Did you enjoy the process of writing this exam online? And the part where which part did you like the most? Physics, chemistry, or maths? Were you already tired before writing the exam because of the process, because all what you are made to go through? And do tell us that yes, how was all of this? So let me just get a confirmation. Let me just get a confirmation from Gaurav sir so that I end this stream. Hold on for a while. Let me just get a confirmation from Gaurav sir. If he confirms, then I'll end this stream and then he starts it. So I haven't received any response. Let's continue for a while. By the time, students, yes, do remember, so far, what I have clearly seen is questions were there from matrices and determinants, vectors in 3D, calculus, integration, questions were there from sequence and series, questions were there from trigonometry. So everything they ensured they are asking in this particular shift. Great. So Gaurav sir is there waiting for his response. Just give me a second. I am ending my...
Yes, so I'm there with few more questions, guys, and I guess with this, probably for chemistry, we are almost done. But see, there is never an end to your learning journey, so I hope you are liking it. And I was watching Sumit sir also, so I would rather suggest and request the same. Teachers are only built with students, and we are actually the only reason which is keeping us grow, which is keeping us move, which is motivating at every point of time. Even one student, if getting help from our side, it would be such a easy, and it would such be a motivating process. It becomes a so motivating process for us that we enjoy a lot. So let us know through those comments. And Rituraj, you can speak Tamil, it's good. So let's move on to the few more questions. But we are now only 2.45k subscribers, so make us count, guys. Help us make you learn and help you love to a larger extent. So spread the word. Now we have the next question is from atomic structure. It says when electric discharge, okay sir, so I have this electric discharge is put on hydrogen, it emits discrete frequency in electromagnetic spectrum. It's a theoretical question which is definitely correct, that whenever any atom receives energy, how you are receiving energy in form of electric discharge. So definitely once you receive energy, every body at atomic level, every body is a black body. So when it receives energy, it obviously gives back all the amount of energy that is it has obtained, although it can give back in 2 packets, in 3 packets. Number of packets may differ, but the total amount of energy which atomic level atom receives, it obviously emit everything back. So statement 1 is definitely correct. And coming to statement 2, it is also a very famous NCERT basic. If you just know the transition formula 1 upon lambda, because question is asking frequency, so it hardly matters, because frequency nu is equal to c by lambda. So if you just go by proportionality, 1 by lambda or nu proportionality is just the same. So what is the formula? Let us revise that. R into z square into 1 upon n1 square minus 1 upon n2 square. Now because wavelength can never be negative, so n1 and n2, whenever you are doing it mathematically, take n1 as the lower orbit, take n2 as the higher orbit, because mathematically lambda will be positive. Now coming to the question, it says that this helium ion of second line Balmer series. Now what is Balmer series? From any higher energy level, if the transition is happening from n equal to 2, that's a Balmer spectral series line. So what will be the first line? So 3 to 2. What will be the second line? 4 to 2. So n1 and n2 is fixed, it is from 4 to 2. So let us substitute that value. So we will be getting 1 upon lambda is equal to r, because we are anyway equating. So let us remove the variable. So what is z for helium? It's 2. So 2 square becomes 4. So 1 upon 2 square is 4 minus 1 upon 4 square is 16. I just write this over here. This is transition from 4 to 2. So 2 squared and 4 squared. Let us multiply that. So 4 by 4 becomes 1. So this is nothing but 1 squared, and 16 by 4 is 4. So this becomes 2 squared. Now let us read the question, because now it is a very beautiful and easy thing for us. Now this transition is equal to the first line of Lyman series for hydrogen atom. So for hydrogen atom, Z is 1. So for hydrogen atom is Z is 1. So that means I have 1 over here. So 1 square into 1 upon n1 square minus 1 upon n2 square. So for Lyman series, because for hydrogen Z is 1 and 2 to 1 is the first line of Lyman series. 2 to 1 is the first line of Lyman series, and the statement 2 is saying the same thing. So obviously statement 1 and statement 2 both are correct. So your answer will be beautifully and easily option A. Sir, will you share this PDF? Yes, beta, PDF will be shared. Formula sheet, everything will be shared, beta. Formula sheet, I guess, I got some messages from students that they were asking for the 200 questions that we have done. The shared PDF is also there, but you have to join the WhatsApp channel, guys. So join the WhatsApp channel for getting all the prerequisite requirement that you have with our communication. Everything will be communicated in the WhatsApp channel. So the link to the WhatsApp channel is already there in the description. So go and follow that WhatsApp channel for every detail. Moving forward now. Nickel, this remember the question with nickel, the the tetrahedral geometry question, it also had nickel complexes. Here also had nickel complexes. So coordination chemistry with nickel complexes, JEE is loving it. Now which one of the following is paramagnetic? Now coordination chemistry, a very traditional question. So nickel, let us again learn it. What is it? It is 4s2 3d8. What about this one? Sir, this is oxidation state at 0. So, I mean, the same electronic configuration. But CO is a strong field ligand. And that strong field ligand will force this 4s electron in 3D. So, 3D will be, so this 3D will be completely filled. And because it will be completely filled, it will be diamagnetic. But question is asking us the paramagnetic species. So, because it will be diamagnetic, so, not an answer for us. Now, again, this over here, this is x minus 4 equals minus 2. So oxidation state of nickel over here is plus 2. So for the 4s electron will be gone. So you will be having 3d8 configuration. Now, this 3D, what about the cyanide ligand, the CN ligand? Sir, the CN, okay, now, this is nickel. So okay now. So the cyanide ligand, sir, it is also a strong field ligand. So for that strong field ligand, what happens, sir? Again, force pairing will take place. So this 3D configuration, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But because cyanide is a strong field ligand, so it will force this electron to go and pair, they're making this 3D available, and therefore electronic configuration over here is all paired, and because it is all paired, so it is also diamagnetic. A very traditional NCERT question. I am discussing every basic so that you should be very watchful in the next sessions to come, because definitely such questions are going to repeat. So again, this is also diamagnetic, therefore not an answer for us, a DsP2 hybridized species. Now this, again, the similar question we have got in the structure question. So definitely this is sp3 hybridized, it will have unpaired electron. So because it is paramagnetic, therefore this is our answer. Talking about cobalt, cobalt is 4. Obviously we got our answer, but still checking everything for later sessions. So 4s2. 3d7 is for cobalt, because cobalt is 27, oxidation state is +3, so 4s gone, 3d gone, 3d1 gone, so you will be left with 3d6. Now, a very important point about this complex, although water is not a strong field ligand, but for cobalt complexes of water, force pairing takes place, and they are also known to be diamagnetic. This is a point, I mean, a exceptional case, a special cases, but even if you do not know it, you are very sure about this. So even if you do not know it, you will be taking this answer. But for the later session, for learning point of view, I'm saying this is a diamagnetic complexes, but if I had F minus ligand, then whatever we were thinking that it is having 3d6 configuration, so it will be having 4 unpaired electron. But with fluoride ion, water in case of cobalt act as a strong field ligand and force pairing take place, therefore it is having completely the T2G. So all 6 will be going to those T2G subshell, and it will be getting paired, and therefore it will be diamagnetic. A very good question, but option is making this question easy. Although this will be, because this is diamagnetic, so not an answer, but this you should know for later questions. That I will say it as a good question. Now, moving forward, now this for such questions, you look up at the options first and then go to the question, because other way around it will be difficult. But if you look at the option first and then the question, it's a piece of cake. You know why? Just read it. Over here, it is the catch. It is saying this A, which is C4H8, as in its degree of unsaturation is 1. Du is 1. But du can be 1 because of double bond also, because of ring also. So we are not sure. Once it is reacting with HCl, it is forming C4H9Cl. So that means it is definitely a double bonded carbon, H and Cl getting added and getting this formula. But still isomers can be possible. Now once that chloride is reacting with ammonia, you are getting an amine, and this amine is containing an optically active carbon, this C. That's why I'm saying just find C with an optically active carbon. Sir, do we have any optically active carbon? No. In this one, sir, it is having alcohol, so definitely no. It has to be an amine. Sir, this is also alcohol. Now you tell me, do you have to apply anything? You have to apply just your common sense. If you have had a sound sleep and you're calm, this is wrong, this is wrong. Option 1 and 4 will be right. This is not having chiral carbon, so let us check for this. Sir, this is the chiral carbon. There are 4 carbons, but if you just check, this carbon becomes the chiral carbon. So sir, that means only this is, but let us check the options. So if this is the alkene, yes sir, butene can be this A, because Du will be 1. Once it is reacted with HCl, sir, it is Markovnikov addition, so HCl will be gone, so B. And obviously through this beautiful C, your answer is option 4. A piece of cake, a sound mind can do such questions in a jiffy. Moving forward. Now, next question says, P is a compound which gives positive iodoform test. Now, iodoform test, loved. carbonyl compounds when we were doing our 200 questions revision for carbonyl compounds. I have only dealt such questions, although because we were following, remember we were following, so I skipped some question. I guess Ayush and some guys over there were saying, sir, don't skip. But although all the 200 questions, the questions also are there in the WhatsApp channel, so you can follow, even do those questions. I guess somebody, Batman was also there. Batman was saying, sir, if we do such questions, we'll get 80 marks in chemistry. So actually NTA repeats logic is the point. So let us go to the discussion again. So P is a compound which gives positive iodoform test. So let us check. For iodoform test, I need a methyl group, active methyl group. So do I have an active methyl group beside a carbonyl group? Yes. So it can give. I also have a methyl group, sir, but this is not carbonyl. Iodoform is a strong oxidizing agent. So strong oxidizing agent can obviously, if I can oxidize a ketone, I can definitely oxidize an alcohol. So this alcohol can become a ketone, a picture like this. So obviously this can also give iodoform test. Now, what about this one? No, sir. This is ethyl, so you're gone. No, sir. This is ethyl, so you're gone. Again, you're left with only two options. So easy to do. Now, moving forward. So we are left with two options which can give positive iodoform test, but does not give tolerance test. Okay, they'll not give tolerance test because aldehyde gives tolerance test. No one is aldehyde. And on hydrolysis with dilute HCl gives a product which gives tolerance test and iodoform test both. Okay. So after hydrolysis, so let us now hydrolyze them. Okay, sir. See. If this guy gets hydrolyzed, the protonation of oxygen will take place. The alkoxy group will go and will bring a OH over here. Similar for this one. The alkyl group, the alkoxy group will go and bring a OH over here. One carbon having two OH is unstable because of electronegativity. The gem diol is unstable, and in order to stabilize, what does this gem diol do? Sir, every gem diol, I just make over there, every gem diol, in order to stabilize, it dehydrates. I hope you remember that. So if this guy dehydrates, what are you left with? Sir, it turns into a carbonyl group. And if it is having an H, it will become an aldehyde. So let us go to this picture. Sir, it is definitely having an H. And it therefore will become a carbonyl group, therefore an aldehyde. And because it will be an aldehyde, it will give you a positive tolerance test. So option 1 will be your answer. Let us check for option 3. This is a acid derivative. This is an ester. So this undergoes hydrolysis, will form alcohol and acid. And acid, only formic acid gives tolerance test. So definitely this is because only option 1 is correct, but still discussing everything. So it will not give you tolerance test. Moving forward. Okay, now again, if you just look at GOC, I told you, GOC, you are definitely going to land with 3 or maybe 4 questions. So again, GOC. Butene show optical isomerism. Sir, butene geometrical isomerism it shows. So obviously you do not even have to draw the structure, but still, sir, there is no chiral carbon, there is no asymmetry. It is perfectly symmetric, and therefore it can't show geometrical isomerism. So statement A is definitely wrong. Statement B. Propanol and propanone are functional group isomers. Aldehyde and ketone are functional isomers. A basic class 11th, a basic fundamental fact, aldehydes and ketones, and the carbon chain is also same. So yes, they are structural isomers. What kind of structural isomers? They are functional isomers. Now, what does statement C tell you? Sir, pentane. Okay, pentane is 5 carbons. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 2,2-dimethyl. Propane. So propane, okay sir, 3 carbons. And the second carbon is having 2 methyl groups. So 2,2-dimethyl. Sir, molecular formula is same. Check the molecular formula for isomers because question JEE loves it. Even the molecular formula is different. Then they ask questions of isomers. So they can't be isomers. So check at least the molecular formula first. Okay. Now, if you watch, just do these. Sir, molecular formula is same. But what is different? Main chain here. Main chain is of 5 carbons. So this is pentane, and here main chain is of 3 carbons. So these are definitely chain isomer, and the statement is also saying it's chain isomer. So it is a piece of cake, and it is also correct. So eat that cake. B and C are correct, and option statement A is wrong. So your answer is B and C. Moving forward. I can't move forward. So let me check that I have some more questions for you or not. And let me see. Okay. So Sumit sir is ready for you with some questions of physics. So yes, Sumit sir, I'm can I give you the lead? So guys, I hope you are sir, will you share? Yes, beta, PDF will be acha, okay, I'm reading the same comments. So let me just ask your sirs again. So somebody will be coming. So shall I? Sumit sir, are you ready? Okay. So over to Sumit sir. So best of luck, guys. Hope we'll meet again.
I hope you are able to hear. Are you able to hear me? This is this a recorded class? No, this is a live class. This is not recorded class. I hope I am live now and you are able to hear me. Please mention in the comments. Yeah. Okay. Great. So we are back with few more questions on physics. And this is one of the simplest question. Now I have seen physics is very simple, isn't it? Like, can anybody who attended a morning shift can mention this shift was very easy, isn't it? I have seen, like, there is no, like, I think one question was there that was moderate in physics. Otherwise all the question in physics were easy, very easy and very straightforward. You see this very simple question: mass of 2 kg, force is given to us, the velocity of the particle at t is equals to 2. How to find that? Write the acceleration first. This is a 2D motion, na? I cap and j cap are there. Okay, so write the acceleration first. How to write acceleration? F by m. Let me choose another color. Yeah, so write the acceleration F by m. Divide this with mass. What is the mass? 2 kg. So if you divide this expression with 2, it will become t cube I cap minus 3t by 2 j cap. Okay, now this is acceleration. I need velocity, integrate it. So velocity will be equal to, and here it is mentioned that the particle starts from rest. It means initial velocity was 0. So when you integrate it, it will become t to the power 4 by 4 I cap minus 3t square by 4 j cap. Initial velocity is 0. Okay, so when I integrate, writing this as dv by dt, taking dt on the other side, integrating dv, it will go from 0 to v because initial velocity is 0. Okay, putting the limits like that. So this will become t to the power 4 by 4. This will become t square by 2. Okay, so 3 by 2 into 1 by 2, 3 by 4. Now put t is equals to 2. I need velocity at t is equals to 2. So put t is equals to 2. So velocity will become 2 to the power 4 by 4 is 4 minus 3 by 4 into 2 square. 4 will get cancelled. How much is the magnitude of the velocity? 5. Root of 16 plus 9, that is 5. 5 meter per second. See, these simple questions are asked in mains. And if somebody misses these type of questions, then it's not good. At least these type of questions should not be missed. You see another question on moment of inertia. As I was saying that from rotation, moment of inertia is very much asked. If you are doing nothing from that particular chapter, at least do moment of inertia. Simple topic, simple concept, and you can say straightforward questions are there. Let us read. Two identical rods, each of mass m, length l, are connected to form T shape. Okay, so T shape we can form like this. Okay, moment of inertia about lower edge T and about axis perpendicular to top rod is about lower edge. Okay, let me read it. moment of inertia about the lower edge of T, lower edge of T means about this, okay, and about axis parallel to top rod, not perpendicular. Parallel to top rod means about this axis. Now, two options were there. One was perpendicular to the top rod, another one was parallel to the top rod. Now, this is parallel to the top rod. If this is parallel to the top rod, now you write the moment of inertia. So, for this bar plus for this bar. So, for this bar, how much will be the moment of inertia? You need to use parallel axis theorem. So, let us take here about this axis. If I ask you what is the moment of inertia? 0. Why so? Because the rod is passing through that axis. Okay, so all the mass is there on the axis. Moment of inertia is 0. Now, if I ask you moment of inertia of this about this axis, so what you will do? Parallel axis theorem. M0 plus ml square. So, for that, moment of inertia is ml square plus moment of inertia for this rod. Now, for this rod, this is passing through one end. What is the formula? ml square by 3. So, this becomes 4 by 3 ml square. 4 by 3 ml square. Now, the thing that is required is you should understand that here the moment of inertia was 0. Okay, otherwise somebody may write ml square by 12 and then all these type of mistakes. Okay. Now, next, this is electromagnetic wave. Okay, is incident on a metal surface. 2.8 electron volt is the work function. The maximum kinetic energy of the ejected electron is. Now, here we are having two frequencies, this frequency and this. Which one will give the maximum kinetic energy? Which one is the more? Okay, the highest among these two will give the maximum frequency. Okay, so which one is maximum or which one is greater? This one is greater. 12 into 10 to the power 15. This was 3 into 10 to the power 15. So, greater omega is 12 into 10 to the power 15. Omega will write as 2 pi f. You will get the frequency 12 divided by 2 pi, like that. You got the frequency now. Write the energy of the incoming photon. What is that? H into F. This is the energy of the incoming photon. So, H is 6.6 into 10 to the power minus 34 into F. Okay, anyways, I'll put the values later. Okay, anyways, we need that in electron volt. Let me write here itself. So, this will become 6.6 into 10 to the power minus 34 into F. What is F? F is 12 divided by 2 pi into 10 to the power 15. Now, this is in joules divided by 1.6 into 10 to the power minus 19. This becomes in electron volt. Okay, from here you can simplify. This becomes my energy of the incoming photon. So, how much will be the kinetic energy of the ejected electron? So, kinetic energy is equal to my energy of the incoming photon minus the work function. Now, you can do the calculations of this and can help. Now, here you may not be very precise in the answer because it is mentioned approximately. So, you may not get very, direct answer. It may be something near about of the answer that you are getting. So, I think if we do calculations from here, this will be nearly about 5.4, third option. 19, this all is getting cancelled. Calculations are a bit simple. 2 into 6 it will become, this is nearly 6 into 4, you can say. This is 24 divided by pi, that is nearly equals to 8, and if you subtract 2.8 it will be nearly equals to 5 point something. Is that clear? Next question from capacitor. Yes, I was waiting for that because some question has to be there generally. Let us read it. An air-filled capacitor of capacitance C filled with dielectric K is equals to 3 with width D by 3, where D is the separation between the plates, the new capacitance is. So, initially this was our capacitor, separation is D, capacitance is C, which is A epsilon naught by D. Now, a dielectric is inserted. Now, you can consider two capacitors in series. one with dielectric and one with air. Okay, so this is my C1 and this is my C2. They are in series. So what will be C1? Now write it. C1 will be A, area will remain the same, epsilon naught will become K times of epsilon naught, so 3. So AK epsilon naught, so 3 epsilon naught divided by D, D is D by 3. Here this is D by 3, this is 2D by 3. So this becomes 9 times of A epsilon naught by D, it means 9 times of C. And what is C2? If I write C2 from here, that is A, area is same, epsilon naught, it's here, divided by D is 2D by 3. So this is 3 by 2C. Now this 9C and 3 by 2C are in series. They are in series. Now find the equivalent. So equivalent is equals to C1 C2 divided by C1 plus C2. So 9C into 3C by 2 divided by 9 plus 3 by 2 into C. How much is that? 18 plus 3, 21 by C. 21 by 2 into C. Is it right? 18, yeah, that is right. This 2, 3 into 7, this becomes 9C by 7. 9C by 7. That is option 4. You see? Okay. These were the questions on physics. Yeah. So now we'll have some questions on maths and Deepen sir will come. Let me check. Let me check with Deepen sir. Okay. So I think till now everything is okay and physics paper was as expected, simple, straightforward, except few questions. So
Okay, students, just give me a response quickly. I think Sumit sir is out and we can start. Just give me a quick confirmation whether I'm visible or not. So I think Sumit sir has ended the stream. Just let me get a quick confirmation. Let me just get a confirmation from Sumit sir. So great, I think we are visible. Perfect. So I hope I'm clearly visible. We can start with this particular part here. Just give me a confirmation in the comment box whether I'm visible or not. This is my final round. After this, in the end of this, I'll give my verdict on mathematics this year. Stay there. Now, this says that in the expansion of ax square plus bx plus c times 1 minus 2x to the power 26, the coefficient of x square and x cube are minus 56, 0 and 0. Let's work out the coefficient of x first. So in this, as I can see clearly an x square, so here I won't be seeing any coefficient here, but when you look at this bx, so already power is 1, so I'll be looking for x to the power 1 here. So when you look at x to the power 1, it will be attained from here only. Sorry, I'm looking for the coefficient of x, I'm really sorry. So I'll be getting the constant term from here. Constant term means what? 26c0 into this b will be the coefficient of x from here. When you look at the coefficient of x from here, this is the constant term, so I need a x here, so that will be 26c1 minus 2 into minus 2 to the power 1. That will be the coefficient of x. When you talk about coefficient of x square, that we are given as 0. So now when you look at coefficient of x square, so x square into 1, that is 26c0. Then here x to the power 1 into x to the power 1. So x to the power 1, that is b. From here x to the power 1 is brought, that is 26c1 minus 2 to the power 1. With that, here I'll take at or look at x square only. X square means what? Because it is constant, so c into 26c2 minus 2 to the power 2. That gives you another equation. This is one of those questions which will be categorized or classified as a lengthy one. Look at the third part, x cube, the coefficient of x cube. So this is a square, so I need an x from here. So x square has a here. X will be achieved by 26c1 minus 2 to the power 1 plus b is already there. I need x to the power 1 is there. I need x square from here. So 26c2 minus 2 to the power 2 will be there. The third thing, c is already there. I need x cube. That means 26c3 minus 2 cube will be there. I hope you understood my statement very clearly. With that, three equations will be formed. With those three equations in three variables a, b, c, you will solve them and you will get the values of a, b and c. The only thing which you get to understand here is that here this question can be categorized as a lengthy one, because now we'll simplify this. We'll get three equations which will be simply doable. I hope you got that. Let's move towards the next question. This is also a little lengthy. If you know the concepts, it is still a very simple one. Symmetry is there, so you can do it. How? Have a look at that. First of all, there is a parabola. So I'll simplify this. I'll get the major axis, minor axis. So I'll get the points 2, 0, minus 2, 0, 0, 1, 0, minus 1. But we are given that this is less than equal to, which means the region which is inside the sorry, it is not parabola, it is ellipse. The region which is inside the ellipse. Now, look at this curve, mod x minus 1. So we know mod x has its vertex at 0, 0. Minus 1 means what? I'll shift it 1 unit below along the y-axis. So it will be having its vertex at 0, minus 1. So this is how you draw the graph of mod x minus 1. But it is less than greater than equal to y, which means the region which is outside this. Along with this, one more thing is there, 1 minus mod x. So if it is minus mod x, the curve which is there opening upward will open towards downward, and minus 1, sorry, plus 1 means what? This graph should be shifted 1 unit above. So it will have its vertex at 0, 1. I hope there is no confusion on that. With that, when I move ahead, what do we see? That here it is greater than equal to, which means the region outside this. So the region which is inside the ellipse and outside these mods, I'll be highlighting these are the regions which I'm looking at now. But what you all get to understand is that everything is symmetrically placed. The points of intersection you can find how? See, if I simply solve this equation is what? Y is equal to x minus 1. I hope you are seeing this, because in this domain x is positive. So if I replace y by x minus 1 and if I solve this equation, x square by 4 plus x minus 1 whole square by 1 is equal to 1. I'll see a quadratic in x. When you solve that quadratic in x, you get this point, this point, this point and this point, because they'll be symmetrically placed. This will become a perfect square basically, because sorry, this will not be a perfect square, but the roots will be opposite in sign. So whatever value you get here, that negative value will be here, that same positive value will be here, that same positive value here. When you substitute that value of x, you can get the value of y as well. So you could crack those coordinates. I hope so far there is no confusion. Now after cracking those coordinates, now the choice is absolutely yours, whether you take the vertical strip or the horizontal strip. I'll say still take the vertical strip. Why? You know this point. This point you already know. Now from this point to this point, because you have this x coordinate, you are seeing a right angle triangle. So half base into height will give you the area of this triangle. Now from this point to this point, I'll simply integrate. Let's say this point turns out as any value. Let me say b for a while. I'm just taking a value here. So b to 2, I'll integrate it. Which curve, students? The ellipse. So ellipse here is given by what? I'll be having x square plus 4y square is equals to what? 4. So I'll be saying 4y square is what? 4 minus x square. So y square will be, or y will be basically what? Under root over. So 1 by 2 is there outside and it will be 4 minus x square. So this is a square minus x square form over under root. Do you remember in the last session of this entire formula revision, there I clearly stated that you may say that, sir, I'm skipping integration, but I am going with area under the curve indefinite integration. I said perfectly fine. But when you skip the integration, there you may be using the formula of under root over a square minus x square. So those are special integrals which were shown to you. A complete slide was there in which all these special integrals were given. And that formula is being used, under root over a square minus x square. So once you expand this formula, you put the values, upper limit and lower limit, and get the answer. I hope the question was doable. I'm sharing the entire approach. So these two questions were definitely lengthy. Now the third question. Again, a simple question. If you know the basics of definite integration, you could crack it. This is the final question from my side. I'll simply say that the idea is really simple if you know the basics. How? Minus pi by 6 to pi by 6. So I may go for the property. I hope you remember minus a to a, even and odd functions. Do you remember that? So what I'll do is I'll split this particular part into two parts, 2 pi and with 4x to the power 11. So 2 pi upon whole of this, 4x to the power 11 upon whole of this. Look at this. This is mod x. So this keeps it even if I replace x by minus x. But here x to the power 11 odd power. So this entire expression is an odd function. odd function minus a to a gives you 0. So this entire expression is simply eliminated, discarded. Can you believe that? The next part. Here I'm left with a constant value upon 1 minus sine of this here. I hope you can see this is an even function because this is constant, this is even. So this is an even function. Minus a to a is double of 0 to a. Do you remember that property? With that, what I can clearly say is now between 0 to pi by 6, sin x is positive. X is also positive, so I simply remove that modulus sign. What I do next is I substitute x plus pi by 6 by t. So when I do that, x plus pi by 6 when substituted by t, the limits are also updated. So pi by 6 to pi by 3. There you already have 2 into 2 pi, that is 4 pi. Now this is 1 minus sine t, and in the numerator you have dt. I'm really sorry, this should be dt. With that, I am multiplying it by 1 plus sine t in the numerator and denominator. With that, what do we get? We get 1 minus sine square t in the denominator, that is cos square t. So 1 plus sine t when divided by cos square t leaves you with sec square t and 10 t sec t. I hope you are understanding it. Sin t upon cos t into cos t. So we know sec square t is 10 t, integration of it, and sec t 10 t is sec t. I hope you remember that integration. All you got to do is put the limits and get the answer. Weren't these questions easy? A straightforward question. So if I could give you my final verdict on the paper's analysis, I'll simply say that unlike previously what they used to do is, as far whatever I have seen so far based on that memory based questions, what I am clearly saying is that physics and chemistry are definitely tough, are easy, and maths is definitely always tough. But that gap which used to be there between physics, chemistry and maths, so far I can say that gap is reduced a little. Maths was there, some questions were definitely lengthy, but 10 questions, minimum 10 questions, I could clearly see which were straightforward, which were absolutely doable. They were short, they were very straightforward conceptual, nothing much was needed to be done, and not much calculation was required, as you all must have seen while I was solving those questions. Few questions, 2 to 3 or 4 to 5 more questions were there, which were easy but lengthy. Lengthy means in terms of calculation. There you had to calculate a little. So 10 questions were straightforward, 4 to 5 questions were lengthy, and remaining questions, of course, were hard. If I could highlight the chapters, IIT JEE has ensured calculus is asked, algebra is asked, functions and everything you remember, vectors in 3D is asked. So they ensured that everything is asked. Surprisingly, I haven't seen any question based on vectors in 3D so far, whatever I have received based on memory based question, because these are the questions we have received from the students directly. But still, I would say maths was not as tough as it used to be. Trust me, this is my verdict on based on whatever I have seen so far from Shift-1. It could be anything else. Be ready for the surprise. Be ready for the worst. Anything can happen. Don't conclude, don't go with this generalization that yes, you can rock in maths. No, IIT JEE loves giving you surprises. So be ready for anything and everything. So I think I am done with my part. Let's see who comes next. So let me get this confirmation. Let me just get a quick confirmation. Let me just see who comes next. Okay, so let me get a response very quickly, whether it is Gaurav sir or Sumit sir. Who's coming next? Let's see who is come. Okay, so Gaurav sir is saying he's coming. I am ending my stream, and let's see what does he have to say then next for you.
Yes, guys. So I'm here with the final 3 questions because that is all. I guess we are landing up with the memory based data that we are all having. The last 3 questions, if you will ask me, if you are religious as in sincere, then the paper is very easy. Religious as in sincere, then the paper is very easy. But JEE has not left anything. Anything as in from physical side of chemistry, you were having calculative question of mole. Redox was, I guess, not much asked, but yes, we had some redox relations with inorganic chemistry. We'll be having one more question relating redox and the oxidation state cycle. So organic GOC is the area where your whole focus should be, and the naming reactions, and inorganic chemical bonding, periodicity, and definitely coordination chemistry, all the basics which we have. I guess I'm again iterating this. The 200 question set we had was actually more than sufficient for attempting everything. If you were at some level 0, you would have made definitely a lot of question out of those logics. So let's start with the last 3 questions. Let's continue with the last 3 questions actually. Now this is for thermodynamics. It is a very easy question. It is saying temperature of 10 mole of gas having molar heat capacity at constant pressure. So value given is of Cp and it is 7R. That it is increased by 10 Kelvin. Now what I previously what I had this question framed as, some students were saying, sir, it was from 0 degree to 100 degree. So in that case, if the temperature range was given from 0 to 100, so it will be 100. The temperature change will be 100. But then few are saying, sir, the temperature difference was only given. So anyhow, the delta T, if it is 0 to 100, it will be 100, because for degree Celsius and for Kelvin, it doesn't even matter because change is the same. So keeping in mind that this was the question, so delta T is 10 as it was given. So Cp is this, and you are supposed to calculate change in internal energy. So internal energy formula is NCV, change in temperature. Simple. So number of moles, 10 moles. CV, sir, Cp is given, so use Mayer's equation, which is Cp minus Cv is equal to R. Obviously it is very easy to calculate. So Cp is 7R, so Cv will be 7R minus R, that is 6R. So I mean, a very easy calculation. So it is 6R, and delta T, let's say it is given out to be 10. So you do the math. So students also said the value of R was also given, sir. If it is 25 by 3, then it is approximately 8.314 joule. So it was an integer type question, and if you just put R equal to 25 by 3, I guess it is much easier for you to calculate also. Why I'm not calculating? Because I feel that 0 degree, 100 degree, so it may be the delta T maybe can be 100 if it would have been the case, or else if this is right as per the memory of students. So definitely you can solve and check. Now coming to the now electrochemistry is the area which I feel they have not asked very less, but with this question they have almost asked the whole of the basic formulas that you should know. This is pH, I'm sorry. pH and conductance. What is conductance? Conductance is reciprocal of resistance. The pH and conductance of a solution of HA, that means HA would be a weak acid. So for this HA, pH, acha sir, pH is definitely, sir, H plus ion concentration. So if pH is 5, then minus of log of H plus ion is 5. So that means H plus ion will be 10 raised to the power minus 5 molar. So we have H plus ion concentration. And because it is asking the equilibrium constant of the weak acid, because if you just check the value, the concentration, sir, it is very less. So definitely it will be weak electrolyte. And for weak electrolyte from ionic, that's why I said with one equilibrium, with one electro quotient, they included ionic also. So if this HA, let me do it for you. If this HA is a weak electrolyte, it will dissociate and give you very small amount of H plus and A minus. Let's say this is C minus C alpha, this is C alpha, this is C alpha. The equilibrium constant K will be equal to C alpha square upon 1 minus alpha. But because bit is a weak electrolyte, so you will approximately take 1 minus alpha as 1. So your K is nothing but C alpha square. And what is H plus? Sir, concentration of H plus ion is nothing but value of C alpha. So effectively C alpha is given to you. Now, sir, if C alpha is given, what else? Sir, you are given with conductance, and we definitely know K is equal to G into G asterisk. So these basic formulas you should definitely, the basic formulas you should know. So this specific conductance or conductivity is equal to conductance into cell constant. Conductance, the question is giving, the question is saying it is 4 into 10 raised to the power minus 5 Siemens. And what about the cell constant? Sir, it is L by A. Length is also given. Length is given out to be 15 centimeters. And area is 1 centimeter square. So thank God, less calculation. So this is how you calculate K. So your K will be 15 into 4 is 60. So 6 into 10 raised to the power minus 4. Now, few questions, a few students said, sir, the question was talking about the to calculate the value of limiting molar conductivity, that is lambda m infinity. Somebody said, sir, they were asking about the equilibrium constant. I am giving the basic formula. So what are the basic formulas? First, you should know this, that whatever is the pH will be the H plus ion concentration, and it will be the value of C alpha. So once you know the value of C alpha, if I need to find the value of alpha, so what I should do? K is this much, because K is G into G asterisk, and through Kohlraasch law we know alpha is equal to molar conductivity at any concentration, that means at concentration C, upon lambda m infinity. So if I know this K, what I can easily calculate, I can calculate lambda at any concentration C, which is equal to K into 1000 upon the molarity, which is nothing but C in this case. And because K, what is its unit? Sir, Siemens per centimeter, because this is centimeter and this is centimeter square. So what formula you will use? K into 1000 upon concentration. So once you put this value of K, you will get the value of lambda C. Once you put the value of lambda C over here, after solving, you will get value of lambda m naught, and therefore value of alpha also. And once you get the value of alpha, if the question was asking you value of lambda m naught, you will give value of lambda m naught. If the question is asking value of equilibrium constant K, then it is C alpha square. You know alpha also, so C alpha square will be your answer. I guess some data, the students, what they have told, some data are somewhere fluctuating, but the basic I have provided to you, and the not giving you the, because calculations you have to do. So but the basic, the traditional formula which you should know, I have discussed the same for you. Now moving to the last question of inorganic chemistry, requiring a bit of redox knowledge also, that I was telling you that for redox they asked a bit, I mean not actually redox, but redox linked with inorganic chemistry. So NaCl, in the 200 questions for practical salt analysis chemistry, I've even used this chromyl chloride test in one of my question, and I said this is a very important reagent. See, asked, NaCl when reacted with K2Cr27 in acidic medium forms A, the classic case of formation of chromyl chloride. So it is formation of CrO2Cl2. So A is CrO2Cl2. When this guy reacts with sodium, it becomes sodium salt. So Na2CrO4 is your famous sodium chromate, which is a yellow colored compound. When this yellow colored compound is acidified with amyl alcohol and H2O2, the very famous D block logic, the D block logic takes you to this side, which is a blue compound. The famous blue compound is our butterfly structure of redox reaction, which is butterfly of CrO5, with chromium having this double bonded oxygen, and the wings are of peroxided oxygen. So this is our blue compound. Now let us go to the question. It is asking what is X? X is number of O2 2 minus. As in one oxygen you have -1. So it is talking of the peroxide unit. So how many peroxide unit I am having? So this is O2 2 minus, this is O2 2 minus. So how many peroxide unit I am having? 2. So that means X is equal to, beautiful, 2 for us. The Y is number of oxygens. A number of oxygen, butterfly has 5 oxygens. So Y is 5 for us. And oxidation state of chromium. Okay, now oxidation state, how to check? So chromium oxygen 2 bonds, so -2. So here oxygen will get +2 from the double bonded oxygen, +1 from here, +1 from here, +1 from here, +1. Add, so it will be +6. So Z is nothing but +6. So add them up. 6 and 5 is 11. 11 plus 2 is 13. So answer is bingo. So Vivek, very good. And this is it from my side. We'll be meeting with the paper analysis of second. I guess this is already 5. So within 1 hour, those students will also be eagerly waiting, and you will be eagerly waiting to extract that whatever we have, which NTA is finding interest in. Now, To summarize, I've already done it before starting these 3 questions. You should not leave anything. The statement which I have given you initially during the start of the revision of the marathon revision and the 200 questions, do not master anything, but do not leave anything. And if you just ask me what about chemistry, the paper was not very easy, because it was calculative at for few questions. Not very easy, not difficult, but yes, you cannot leave any chapter. Know everything to the level which NCERT requires you to know, and if you do that, you will master your preparation and you will master your AIR. So we'll meet in the next live paper discussion session. I hope you find everything very informative and useful for you. Let me check. Sumit sir, I guess Deepen sir has concluded. So Sumit sir is I will so Sumit sir, I guess if I can go and let you do the analysis part. Sumit sir, chalo. So students, all the very best, and yes, thank you. Those comments are really appreciated. Thank you. That is what keeps us moving, guys. Okay, so this is me, Gaurav Singora, signing off. Bye bye.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible to you. Am I audible to you? Please mention if you are able to hear me. Okay, okay, great. So, just a quick analysis of physics paper. Physics was very scoring, I'll say, and it was as it was expected. Okay, it was expected that physics is going to be simple and it's going to be scoring. It was the same way. Many questions were just straightforward. Okay, few questions were a bit, you can say, lengthy. I think one or two questions. Otherwise, most of the questions were easy. Just a quick analysis. We had 2 questions. We discussed nearly 20 questions. Okay, we discussed 20 questions. So out of that 2 questions we discussed from rotation. One was from you can say a bar was there. We need to find the tension. Okay, instantaneous axis of rotation, and then writing the equations for that. Second was for moment of inertia. Another chapter was potential energy, like electrostatic potential and capacitance. From that question, from that chapter, there were 2 questions. One was on work done, that was equal to change in the potential energy. Another was on capacitance, simply finding equivalent capacitance when the dielectric is there. Okay, now the topics from which we had one question. One was from 2D, find the acceleration, integrate to find the velocity. Logic gates question was there. One question photoelectric effect was there. One question from current electricity, where we need to find the energy or the heat dissipated, I square R into T. Then one question was from dimension. From dimensions also there were 2 questions. One was from error and one was from applying the equation of homogeneity. Yeah. Next, there was force on a charged particle that was moving parallel along the, you can say, solenoid. Simple question. Another was one from Venturi meter. From EM waves, we had one question where we need to find the direction of direction of magnetic field, electric field, and direction of propagation of wave was there. Thermal expansion, one question. Change in the internal energy, okay, for a gas, one question. Speed of wave in a string, one question. Relation between force and potential energy, one question. Gravitation, energy from gravitation, a satellite question was there, where we need to find the total energy of a satellite. Okay, from one orbit to another orbit, there we need to find the change. Another question was on YDSE, you can say a bit moderate question, not very easy also. One formula based question from microscope was there. Okay, so all these questions were there from physics. Physics was very simple, very scoring. Hope you all the best. We'll meet in the next live that will start around 6:30. So make sure you join that, because these questions, these topics, I'll say, at least are going to repeat for sure. So now we have mentioned all these topics, so make sure you prepare yourself for all these topics. If anything you are having backlog, so quickly go and revise. Let us take microscope formula. So remember that formula for when the magnification, when the image is formed at D, when the image is formed at infinity. Similarly, just quickly revise the formula for telescope also. Okay, so thank you all the best, bye.